Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the international conference titled Quest, How to Make Digital Work for, Not Against Learning. We are thrilled to have you all here, from teachers and educators to tech experts and innovators. And today, we'll explore how digital tools, apps, and gamification can transform education. We are excited also to share our latest project, the Heritage Quest AR, a new educational mobile app we are very proud of. And the conference is held under the auspices of the Slovak UNESCO Commission and the State Secretary of the Ministry of Education, Science, Research and Sport of the Slovak Republic, Mr. Slavomír Partila. My name is Ľuba Voľanská, and I will be your host today on behalf of the Institute of Ethnology and Social Anthropology of the Slovak Academy of Sciences. And my task is to ensure everything runs smoothly. Thus, I would like to thank our host, the production agency Milvoli, for their assistance and the possibility to using the beautiful recording studio. We decided on a high-quality recording of our conference because we wanted to later publish your interesting contributions online so they could be accessible also to people who couldn't attend our conference today. Here are some technical details. As promised, we'll have 2 sessions. In the morning session that is dedicated to research and development, the working language will be English, with translation into Hungarian and Slovak. And if you need an interpretation, please choose from the 2 language options. We have Hungarian and Slovak. For that, you can use the small globe on your screen, down at the bottom of your screen. And also, one technical detail is please, for the view, use the speakers mode. We'll have 3 slots with always 3 papers or keynotes. And the question and answer session will follow after the whole session, not after each paper. But of course, you can use the chat to pose your questions, preferably in English, but actually in all 4 languages, as we have my dear colleague Janka Ambrozova to process the questions for the speakers. And the last remark, for the reason of a smooth conference, the participant will be muted till the part of question and answers. We will have 2 breaks. We'll have 2 shorter breaks because we know that coffee and exercise is important. And if we sit for a long time, we stop using your brains properly. Then around 1 o'clock, we have the lunch break. And after the lunch, we have the afternoon session. After a short introduction, we'll have discussions in smaller groups in Slovak, Hungarian, and Italian, where you can share your own experience with education in the realm of digital technologies and cultural heritage. You can choose the group of your choice online, and we will have 3 wonderful facilitators, Jakub, Žaludko, Lila Lukács, and Enela Natefa, that will guide us in the discussions and prepare a short summary afterwards. So all the groups will know the secrets of the other rooms. Let's dive and see how we can make digital work better for learning together. And I would like to start with a good story, because good stories and narratives are essential for society and for the cohesion of the society. They will help individuals make sense of the world and their place within it, fostering a shared understanding and cultural identity. And then once upon a time, the leading partner of our project, Jakub Žaludko from Impact Games from Slovakia, will share a good story about this project.
Thank you, Ľuba. Let me also warmly welcome everybody for joining us today. I'm really happy that you could join in such a nice numbers from all the countries that you're joining from. Yes, let me start and open this conference with Ľuba by explaining a little bit of a background and frame the conference a little bit. So we are meeting here because of a project that Impact Games with partners with Slovak Academy of Sciences, Enabler, CR Hack Lab, and Art Rebel 9 are implementing under the auspices of Erasmus Plus program. So we are very thankful for this. The project title is Exploring the Past in Peace. And a little bit of a story why we decided to implement this project is we started implementing the project 2 years ago, right after the violent attack of Russia on Ukraine. we were looking at the background of the attack, and we were worried about the historical revisionism that Russia was using as a narrative for the attack, for the invasion, for the war. So we decided to showcase a different way of working with history, which is our project, which is the game that we will be talking about today, the Heritage Quest AR game. And our narrative, our kind of option that we are putting forward is to explore history in peace, to learn from history, and to enjoy history, also as part of UNESCO cultural heritage. So this was kind of the narrative, the motivation why we started the project. The project is also oriented on using digital technologies in formal education. So this is another big part of the project. So we have been exploring this topic, we have been experimenting, we have been working with teachers, with schools directly. And we feel after COVID-19 pandemic, there has been quite a wave of disillusionment with digital technologies. We found out that it's not a solution for all the problems in education. I feel that teachers and schools are taking a little bit of a step back from digital technologies, which is good. But also, this is why we are organizing this conference to dive a little bit deeper into the topic and to see what are the limits of digital technologies in schools, what are the opportunities, what is the added value of digital technologies, but what also might be some reservations with their use in schools, in classes. So let me just leave it at that. Enjoy the conference and have a good day.
Thank you, Jakub. Thank you very much. And we'll see you again in one of the sessions where you will be speaking more about the Heritage Quest AR. But now we have like many parents of this project, actually. And one of the parent and partner as well is Her Excellency Anna Plassat Muríňová from the Permanent Delegation of the Slovak Republic to UNESCO. And together with her colleague, Katarína Lomnická, they will send us greetings as they couldn't be here, unfortunately. So we'll see a short video now with their words.
Good morning. Hello. We send all best greetings from the Permanent Delegation of Slovakia to UNESCO to all the participants of this international conference, How to Make Digital Work for, Not Against Learning. My name is Anna Plassat Muríňová. I'm the Permanent Delegate of Slovakia to UNESCO.
Hello, everybody, and my name is Katarína Lomnická, and I'm the officer at the Permanent Delegation of the Slovak Republic to UNESCO. So last year here in UNESCO, we celebrated 30 years of Slovakia's membership to UNESCO as an independent state. Also, the cooperation goes very back to the beginnings of the organization, as Czechoslovakia was one of the founding member states of UNESCO. So as we were reflecting about the most important achievements concerning this cooperation, we can mention maybe the most famous ones is the preservation of the cultural heritage, both tangible and intangible. But it's important to say that UNESCO plays an important role in development international standards in its all fields of competence, that is culture, information, communication, as well as education and science. But what we found the most appealing about UNESCO is its capacity to inspire and to promote the cooperation between states. And this inspiration is partly behind one of the topics of this conference. Madam Ambassador will say a little bit more about this.
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe I will just say that the ideas on which the UNESCO was founded to construe defense in minds of men, because wars begin in minds of men. So these ideas are equally relevant today as they were when the UNESCO was created after the Second World War. It's because only through quality education and promotion and development of critical thinking, only through fact-based knowledge and our ambition to live in a sustainable way of life, to live in harmony with the nature, only through the fight against disinformation and promotion of media literacy, but also only through building and searching for unity and cultural diversity can humanity really survive and develop. And these ambitions, these ideas are really the core mandate of UNESCO. That's why this organization is so important and so relevant nowadays. And we here in the permanent delegation, we were trying to think with my colleague of how to bring these ideas even closer to the young generation so that they learn about them, they understand them, and also try to perhaps live by them. And at this point of time, we met Jakub Žaludko from Impact Games and also Ľuba Voľanská from the Slovak Academy of Science, who listened to us and then came with the great idea of a project, which is part of your conference today, and we will hear a lot about it. And this project carries all the attributes I've been talking about. And on top of it, it's in our augmented reality. So let us wish you really successful conference, that it inspires new innovative projects on how the digital technologies can help improve learning and our education. Have a successful conference.
Bye-bye.
Really, agenda is very broad and intertwined at the same time, cultural heritage together with education, and as we already mentioned, the stories and memory, loss of memory, and also the interpretation of history used for our future. And that's why I'm very happy to announce our next speaker who will give us her greetings, Madame Denisa Frelichová, the Secretary General of the Slovak UNESCO Commission. And she will deliver the speech and greetings about the future.
Thank you very much, Ľuba. Good morning, everybody. I am super excited to be here on behalf of the Slovak National Commission for UNESCO. And we are really happy to support this conference. And I was thinking about that a lot, and I just feel this is one of the most important conferences of the year for me. Because representing UNESCO in Slovakia, our job is to promote the values and principles and priorities of UNESCO here in Slovakia. And education is actually one of the most important issues. Let's maybe a little bit more personal in relation to the topic of the conference. As a mother of a 9-year-old with special needs, digital technology is our best friend and our worst enemy. And I do have a very passionate relationship with digital technology, especially in education. As we all know, we always try to keep our kids away from the screen and limit the screen time. But on the other hand, we do give them, and they need the technology to learn. So I realized in this internal battle I have within me with digital technology that two things are certain at these times, and that is death, we know that, and digital technology in education. We cannot do without that. And our main task is to find the right balance, to keep it our best friend and not make it our worst enemy. And from the point of UNESCO, I think it is very, very important that we work very closely with UNESCO, which gives us the guidance and the resources, and it's a wonderful platform where all the great minds meet and work on how to tackle this issue. And also from the perspective of SDGs, I would like to point out the Sustainable Development Goal number 4, which is education, but also the goal number 5, which is gender equality. We have to ensure that everybody has access to digital technology in education. Also, I would like to point out one very nice initiative, project that UNESCO has that is called Futures Literacy. And I see it as a very important part of this discussion, that we teach our youth to be prepared for the future. And we cannot do that without the digital technology also. So I would like also to flesh this thing. And please have a look at this project or initiative. It's actually a tool that teaches young people how to mindfully live in the present and with the future in mind, and to create a diverse, inclusive future, and to have the youth not be afraid of the future. So I think that actually it's the digital technology that will play a huge part, and it has to be part of that. And whether we like it or not, the future is now. It's already happening, and the way we will approach the present, the way the youth will create the future, especially for themselves. So I am, again, really honored that we could participate in this conference, and I wish you all a truly productive day, and all the best to the digital technology and education. Thank you, Ľuba.
Thank you, Madam Frelichová. Thank you very much. And we are also thankful for the fruitful and long-term cooperation we have with the National Commission of UNESCO, and exactly in the area of education and cultural heritage, joining forces in topics that are related to sustainable development and thinking about the future. And who shapes our future are the enlightened decision makers. So let me welcome the next speaker, Mr. Michal Rybár, who is a key figure in the Ministry of Education, Science, Research and Sport of the Slovak Republic. And he serves as a state advisor focusing on digital education and digital skills. The floor is yours, Mr. Rybár.
Thank you very much for the invitation. It is a privilege to be here. And to be part of this conference, and hopefully to be able to tell you a few thoughts that I have. And I will start off with a short story. So when I was asked to participate in this conference, it was a bit difficult for me to choose the topic. As being part of the ministry, it's always the question, like, I should know what to tell other people. Is it not always so? So it took me a long time to decide upon the topic or the idea I wanna talk about today. But lucky for me, I was a part of a very interesting conference. It was called the Digital Education Dialogues, and it was a collection of all the member states from the European Union talking about the future of digital education, the sharing of knowledge, the sharing of experiences, where we discussed extensively what is the role of digital technologies in education? And often I asked this question to my colleagues. We disagreed a lot, we agreed a lot, and it was truly inspiring for me. And it's there that I got the idea that I would like to talk about today. And the title is The True Role of Digital Technologies in Education. And good for me, it was already a topic today of my colleague, the previous speaker, and it's often the question, like, digital technologies are our best friend and worst enemy at the same time. So let's have a look. What is digital education now in the world? So we've got many topics, many issues, many questions. Ranging from online safety, cybercrime, which means cyberbullying, phishing, etc. Or we already mentioned screen time and the never-ending question of what is the appropriate time at what age. We've got big topics still, artificial intelligence. We've got so many questions about data privacy, GDPR, etc. Huge question, even so since the pandemic of COVID, it's digital well-being, especially in Slovakia, a very hot topic now when our minister started talking about banning smartphones at schools. Very interesting topic, especially for kids, is virtual reality or extended reality. We work a lot at the ministry on curriculum reform. Myself on digital skills and how to develop them in schools. and the topics range even wider. It was not possible to mention them all, but this is the world we live in now, and we really need to think thoroughly about what to do and how to do. So, when I was asking myself the question, and my colleagues at the conference I mentioned, what's the role of digital technologies in education? And I decided to start off with the simplest thing we can do. So I asked artificial intelligence the same question. What is the true role of digital technologies in education? So let's have a look. Gemini think that the true role of digital technologies could be in engaged learning. So interactive tools can make learning fun and active. But at the same time, a good teacher can do the same. Personalized space, again, students can work at their own pace, at their own speed, really adjust it to their needs. At the same time, in ideal world, this is what the teacher can do as well. This, I argue, is true also for the other topics like global connections, information access, and 21st century skills. We can all do that even without technologies, and that's also what some of my colleagues at the conference argued, that really this is not the true role of digital technologies. We can do that even without them, and if we combine it with the previous questions like digital well-being, screen time, often we argue that, okay, we don't really need to use tablets, phones, television, computers, etc., or we can limit the time we use them, because we are still able to do this the normal or the classical way with books at school, with friends, with parents, and so on. Okay, so for me, Gemini didn't give me the answer. So let's have a look what ChatGPT thinks about this question. This answer was a bit longer, but the topics were really similar, and often the same things were said. So it's about access, personalization, engagement, collaboration, efficiency, skill development, innovative teaching, data insights. Still, I think as teachers, as parents, we are able to do this as well. So do we really need digital technologies to achieve these tasks? ChatGPT went a bit further and even posed some challenges that are really, really true, and we really need to think about them as well. And that's equity. Do all students have the same access? I think this is a truly important question we need to address at all times. Privacy, again, we really need to be careful about what data we provide to digital tools, to online global companies, and we really need to make sure that their data is protected. And from my experience, this is a really difficult thing to do. And training. I think these challenges are really, really the biggest ones we have, because if you want to use digital technologies, we really need to equip educators with the required skills and knowledge, so they can use the technologies appropriately and at the right time. It might seem as that I do exactly the same as I want, and that is to discourage from using digital technologies, but it's not so. But let's move on and have a look at what Copilot thinks. Again, we have some general answers, like digital technologies can use as support tools, as we heard before. It is really an important tool to use for children with special needs, and I agree. Often, digital technologies are the best thing we can do for these children, because we still need to make sure they have equal access to education, and if digital technologies are there to help, we should use them. But at the same time, we can do that even without them. Transformations. Exactly. Digital technologies like artificial intelligence or 3D printing or virtual reality can truly transform education as we know it. But an inspirational teacher can do even better. That's my opinion, and I hope many teachers agree. hybrid environments. Again, coming back to the COVID pandemic, we know that hybrid environments are there to help us in a time of need. And we can learn from this experience to make sure that all children have equal access, even when they are not able to come to school. And innovation. And innovation is the truly heart of digital technologies, and we should strive for innovation in schools and in education to make sure that we move forward as a society, as an education system. So all these things are truly at the heart of digital technologies in education, but I argue that this is not the core we should strive for. So, lastly, I asked Leonardo if we actually can draw what the role of digital technologies are, and we see that this is not, at least the picture on the right, is not much different to what we experience now in some schools. But I didn't find these pictures very inspiring. On the left, even a little bit worrying, because we see that there are not as many children, and the cooperation and the communication most likely decreases. On the right-hand side, we see the communication takes place, but at least myself, I don't draw much inspiration from these pictures. So for me, even Leonardo didn't give me the precise answer. So what should we do? Good for me. At the conference, Digital Education Dialogues, there was one word that truly inspired me, and that's something I would like to convey to you today. And I would argue that this is the true role of digital technologies. So let's have a look. Is it replace? As we can see, replacing doesn't always work. We have it's not something that will help us much if we just replace something we already know, we already do, like replacing books with digital readers, as we see on the right. So that's just replacing. We can do the same things with both tools, only in a slightly different way. The electronic book can be lighter, can contain many more books, can be more efficient, etc. But at the heart of the problem, they do more or less the same. So for me, replace was not the word. Is it personalized? As we mentioned before, we should ensure that children have equal access, they have all the support they need, but at the same time, the AI or the digital tools can be replaced by a truly good teacher. And I, again, argue that a good teacher with a personal touch is even so much better than all the artificial intelligence we can get, and all the personalized trainers we are able to use. So, and if we combine it with the question of well-being at school, I think we shouldn't strive for so much personalization as to have a one-on-one relationship with digital technologies in order to learn more or learn better. So let's have a look at another candidate. Is it speed up? Do we really want to use digital technologies only to speed up learning, to make sure that we learn faster? Do we really want to take kids from the playground or other activities and make them sit behind digital technologies for prolonged periods of time and increasing their screen time? Again, I would argue that this is not the case. Should the word be innovate? Similar to the examples with books, innovation could be switching from an older tool to a newer tool. And for me, again, innovate is not the word I was looking for and doesn't capture the true efficiency or the true heart of why we should use digital technologies in education. So, for me, the word I was looking for and that truly captures what I would like to tell you is enhance. And I'm really glad that actually the English dictionary helps me in this task, because enhance means intensify, increase, or improve the quality, value, or extent. And for me, truly, improving the value of education is the true role we should strive for. So digital technologies are there to help us increase the value, help us increase the quality, and intensify the learning experience. And combining it with the concept of learning outcomes, we should strive for enhancing the value of what the kids learn, what skills they gain, what experiences they take out of school, increase the level of fun, increase the level of involvement, and even increase the level of well-being at school. And I think this is the true role of digital technologies, and the one thing we should strive for, we should make sure, is at the heart of what we do with digital technologies in education, in classrooms. So, what do I mean exactly? For me, gathering from my experiences of what I saw in the past months, for example, if we take virtual reality, for me it was a truly wonderful experience to have the opportunity to look inside the planetary system, inside our galaxy, where I could look at all the different planets, all the different stars, and explore the galaxy as I wanted. To look up closely, to see the relationships of how planets interact with each other. And as my lifelong hobby, looking at the stars, it was always for me the goal of being able to identify as many constellations as possible. And using virtual reality, I can just look up, and the tools can help me find them, even when they are not as visible as I would like to. So for me, at least personally, this was something that was enhancing my learning and enhancing my experience. It can be different for other children, other teachers. Maybe they are good enough to transform this knowledge, even without using VR. And that's also the question we should ask ourselves every time we bring some technology into classroom. Is this really useful? Is it really enhancing the way we learn with this particular group? It can be true for one teacher. It doesn't necessarily mean it will be useful for another teacher in another classroom. Another example I have is helping to understand difficult concepts. For example, electrodynamics is often a difficult concept to grasp for many children, but simply using digital tools to visualize what we actually can't see in reality, and paper 2D representation doesn't necessarily grasp, can be, again, something that will help many children understand what's happening around them. And this is, again, one example I would use, and I would be happy if I was able to use such tools when I was at school. Again, the ability to look inside and see the relationships, even in animals or our own human body, is truly something that can help us understand why our own bodies work as they actually do. The difficult relationships between respiratory system and circulatory system, and digestive system, between our skeleton and our muscles. This is something where virtual reality can truly help us. And 2D pictures don't always have the power to help all the children. Maybe for some, at least I hope, for doctors of today, it was enough. For many children, is not enough. And if we can use the technologies to enhance their learning, we should certainly do so. And for me, one of the best examples is the ability to create, to see my own creation at work and taking a real form. And prototyping at school is one of the best examples I could think of. So imagine you can create something during a class and at the same time make it appear during a 1 hour block. I think this is something that can truly transform education as well, and for the benefit of the children and enhancing their learning. The position of a teacher is different, and this is something I would like to close my presentation with. The task of a teacher is to interact with children. And if, for example, artificial intelligence can help them decrease the amount of bureaucracy, the time they need to prepare for a class, they should again certainly do so at the expense or for the benefit of the children, because they will free up more time for them to spend in the classroom and really focus on the one-to-one interaction with children. Because I believe this is one thing digital technologies cannot help us with: building the relationships between teachers or educators and their pupils. Artificial intelligence and digital tools have no place in the intimate relationships between educators and their pupils, but they can help educators free up their time, their resources, such that they can really focus on the one thing where their value isn't possible to be replaced. So I would like to encourage all the teachers that are listening to use technologies so that they can spend more time with their pupils. And with this message, I would like to end my presentation, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rybár. It was really enlightening, and I have now 1,000 questions that I would like to pose related to well-becoming, not only well-being, and also how not to get lost in the amount of information we can find, as well as still the human beings is there for posing the proper questions or the right question, and not to forget about the peer learning that might be missing when overusing the digital technologies and so on. So, but maybe we can get back to that in our discussion later. And thank you once more. And now we'll move from the personal presence of our speaker to the online presence of Mr. Balázs Dömsödi, who is a Hungarian artist, illustrator and concept designer, known for his works in visual arts, particularly digital illustration, and we are very happy to have you here. So the floor is yours, Mr. Dömsödi.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Balázs Dömsödi, and I am one of the founders of NovaSphera Studio, and an independent video game developer team based in Hungary. And I am also a PhD student at the Corvinus University of Budapest, researching educational technology. And today I'm excited to talk about our current game project, presenting some practical solutions that can enable even smaller teams with restricted financial resources to create state-of-the-art immersive game experiences. Whether you're in education, entertainment, or any other field, I hope you'll find valuable insights here. So let me provide some context about the background of our team. The studio was established in 2022, so it's a relatively new team, you can say. And this project, we've started working our current project on the first quarter of this year. And our focus is really on creating immersion, on building a virtual environment that really can captivate players and allows them to see their actions reflected in an almost lifelike setting. But such an undertaking, of course, posed significant challenges to a team like us, because while some of us had experience in creating concept arts, 3D modeling, or programming, generally we are new to game development, but nevertheless our determination drives us to create a game of the highest quality we can achieve. But of course our journey involved numerous learning phases and corrections until it ultimately led us to the development of this project we are working on, and what is, of course, still in a very early production phase, a game called Elflock, which is a narrative adventure game aimed to immerse players in the medieval European era, blending some fantastical fantasy elements, but with a very strong emphasis on representing the period with visual authenticity. And with a team of 14 individuals, you can see on the picture, by time we established some, I think, efficient workflows from concept art to programming to seamlessly integrate everything into the game. But even with organizational advancements, achieving graphics quality comparable to AAA titles created by big studios with strong financial backgrounds would have remained out of reach for us without the workflow I am about to present you, and which I hope you will find useful too. So let's start the process with its foundation, the Unreal Engine. For those of us who may not have heard of it yet, Unreal Engine is a robust 3D computer graphics engine which is used across various industries. It is a complete set of creation tools designed for developing everything from indie projects to blockbuster franchises, from video games to movies. And the good thing among these is that it is completely free to start using this very powerful engine for game development. There are no charges for licenses per seat or per month, and there are no different tiers. Developers only have to pay royalties after reaching a certain amount of gross revenue, so the cost of the tool does not increase with the size of the team or the time spent on developing the game, making it really an ideal choice for smaller teams which may not be able to invest upfront. And another important advantage for us was that the source code of the engine is available, so there are no questions of really what's happening under the hood, and you can tweak and understand every single bits of the engine itself if you need or want to do that. But while it is great to have such a powerful framework able to render realistic graphics, of course the environment needs to be built. It is not obviously not comes with the engine itself, and since we opted for realism, for a realistic aesthetic, of course it would be almost impossible for a team like us to create such an amount of assets with this quality to populate our whole world, since a realistic aesthetic of course means or demands very high level of expertise in modeling and texturing, and we don't have the human or other resources for that. But let's see how photogrammetry can address this part of the problem. Photogrammetry, just a quick defining of the term, is basically a technique of creating 3D models from real-life objects by taking many photographs from different angles around it, and creating a so-called 3D scan of the object. And one of the biggest libraries of these 3D scans like this with consistent high quality is provided by Quixel Megascans. And what is even better, that it is completely free for Unreal Engine users to use this whole library of assets, which otherwise would be an expensive investment if one wanted to work from this. And we were particularly happy to see that there are many medieval artifacts which are also scanned, and there are really diverse. There is a really diverse collection of assets from times and places, which can help teams like us to really focus our in-house modeling efforts to only the elements which are the cornerstone of our setting of the creative story we are trying to tell and immerse the players with. So it is a very good source for creating a good backdrop for our environments and focus our works on only the most important things, while maintaining visually uniform and high quality appearance among the assets in the scene. And this really streamlines the world building, working together with Unreal Engine, both technically and both with this economic workflow of or framework of being free to use Megascans for Unreal Engine. But we still had the problem of populating the world with lifelike digital humans, which is again would be a very big challenge, maybe even bigger than creating static elements for such a team. And this is the part where the MetaHuman creator comes into the picture, and it is also completely free for Unreal Engine users in the same ecosystem, and in line with the realistic aesthetics of the Megascans I just showed you. The presets in the MetaHuman creator is also derived from scans of real people, but it allows the artists to modify and adjust them with a really an astonishing variety of possibilities to create diverse characters with a very high graphics fidelity. And also it only allows physically plausible adjustments. So it doesn't even need any kind of expertise to create characters of this quality you can see on the images. It is almost as easy as a video game, as a character creator in a video game. So really anybody can do it. And you don't even have to have a very powerful computer to use this application, as integrating with Unreal Engine, the whole computation of creating these models are happening in the cloud. So you can virtually do it from any kind of machine. And the result is exported straight to Unreal Engine, ready to be animated. And as for animation, there's also a great tool for creating lifelike facial animations like the ones you can see on the picture, because there is an application coming with this package which you can use on your iPhone to transform your performance or the actor's performances, every nuance to the character, and create really captivating dialogues or scenes between the characters in the game. And for addition, if you have any other object which you would like to import into the engine, there is also a photogrammetry tool which you can use to create your or photograph your own real-life objects to import it into the engine, or you can also photograph your face in a manner of photogrammetry or some other candidate to create a metahuman from that person. So it is a really, really powerful tool. And I'm not planning to go into technical details, but maybe that is interesting for those of us who are somewhat familiar with 3D technologies, that you may think that using these 3D scans are maybe plausible for non-real-time renders, but in a game which has to be rendered real-time, it may have too many polygons to work with. But there is a very advanced and relatively new virtualized geometry system in Unreal Engine, which practically nullifies the impact of polygon number on static models. So this also frees up a lot of time also on our in-house modeling, because when we are doing our own models, not to photogrammetry, when we need to do something which cannot be photographed, then we don't have to really pay attention to the details and the polygon numbers. We can make it almost as detailed as we like. And now that we are through with these tools and understand how they work together, let me show you a few pictures of this game we are working on, which is, as I told you, in a very early development phase and not necessarily representing the final product, but it can give a glimpse about what is to be expected. And in this scene, you can see a mix of scanned 3D assets of our own models made in modeling applications and other third-party resources. And maybe it is not so easy to tell them apart. And really, this is a good thing, since that was the goal with the whole process. But following the logic I talked about you earlier, let's see a few examples. So if you zoom in on the king's head, you can see obviously a metahuman, which we created in the metahuman creator, and the whole scene is of course rendered in the Unreal Engine. But the crown and the garment of the king is created in our own, or created by our own artists in a 3D modeling environment. You can see the crown can really contain many details, which goes well with the realistic aesthetics of the metahuman. And if we go back, the elements on the table, like the food and the jugs and other things, these are scanned assets. But then again, the markings on the wall in the back and the throne are created by external modeling of our own team members. So this is how we put together a scene like that. And of course, it will be an interactable scene where you can walk around with your character, even talk with the king and explore the story of the game while seeing as authentic representation of the era as we can achieve. And talking of the throne and authenticity, let's take a step back and talk about the preceding processes of the 3D rendering, of how we are planning an asset and doing it, which we cannot photograph for obvious reasons, or it is important to have unique elements of for creating and telling our own story. But it is important to make a distinction between authenticity and accuracy, since this is still a fantasy game, of course, and to strike the delicate balance between the two, the team relies on an expert, one of our team members, who has a background in art history and teaching, and trying to make the crucial decisions on when to follow accuracy and when to follow authenticity in creating an asset. An example for this is this throne. Since many of the artifacts from medieval era cannot survive the ravages of time in pristine conditions, especially wooden tools and structures like such a throne. And in these cases, our expert turns to scholarly studies or descriptions, but I think it's an interesting example that in many cases, the most useful source is not the most obvious one. And as we really like to create a wooden-like throne, we found these depictions of evangelists sitting on thrones, which were drawn by codices of the time. And while, of course, the main figure on the pictures are the evangelists, for us, the most important part in this case was the depictions of these wooden thrones we could find there. And working from these assets, we could recreate how such a throne could look like in the era, and create it in a 3D environment, and put it next to the scanned assets, which are of course also can be said to be authentic. But to infuse the fictional story of our game, we changed the depictions on the front of the chair, as you can see on the picture, and put there drawing of a story which is not from the real world, but from the story and the events of our own game. So this is the methodology how we are really striving to trying to create a visually authentic aesthetic with the highest quality of graphics we can achieve, and infuse it together with some kind of fantasy elements which the player can explore. And yeah, these are the main points we talked about, how this whole workflow can work together, from Unreal Engine to megascans to metahumans, and how leveraging these tools can enable us to create and focus on really what is the most important parts, and what distinguishes this experience from other ones, and it really helps us, and I think could help or can help any other teams to create a state-of-the-art immersive experience, even with a very small budget and team. And if you are interested about the further developments of this game, you can find us on social media, and we have a website. Even as you can see it on the slide, we will start communicating in the near future about the game, and we plan to showcase the advancements as we go forward. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Dömsödi, for this fruitful insight. And you touched many points. One of them is definitely the strict budget constraints that also the educational system and also game developers used to fight with. But also an important issue of immerse learning and emotions and all senses that can be put into the learning as an experience. And emotions also is a big topic in anthropology, that emotions are the way how to change attitudes, like strong emotions might bring change in the society. Let's hope in the positive way. So thank you very much, and let's get back to our studio with Jakub Žaludko from Impact Games, with his background in political science and anthropology. But he's the CEO and co-founder of Impact Games, the organization that is focused on developing and creating games that should lead to a societal change or have societal impact. And we should learn something more now about Heritage Quest AR, our project that we are cooperating on together and that we are very proud of. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So let's learn more about our new game called Heritage Quest AR. We heard the presentation about digital technologies in education. We heard the presentation about creating games. So I'm going to blend those two, and I'm going to talk about an educational game. So Heritage Quest AR is basically an educational game that we developed for teachers and students. And the question that we posed before we started developing the game was how to make learning about Roman Empire and history in general, how to make it fun. I mean, it's certainly in the hands of skilled and great teachers that we have around us can be found without the game, but we decided to frame learning about Roman Empire in a game and make it fun this way. So let's talk a little bit about the why we decided to do it this way. I have a question for you. You can use chat, or you can think for yourself whether you do play games. You can answer yes or no. I'm going to check the chat after my presentation. But I presume many of you do play games, or even if you do not play games right now, you have played games when you were younger, when you had more free time, when you were children. What I usually get answers from teachers is that they do not play games, but after we do some detective work, we find out that they do play games. Some of them are word games, some of them are card games, board games. These all qualify as games. So playing games is a very human activity. It's very natural for us. Let's continue answering the why with this question. How many schools are in your country? You can also, right now, place your tips in the chat. I'm going to check later. Here, I usually get answers from teachers and from students not really knowing how many schools there are in their countries. So, for example, in Slovakia, there's around 3,000. I would say in Hungary, there's twice this many. In Italy, there's 10 times this many. So there's a lot of schools. It's a very important environment to be talking about. It's even more important because of this question and about answer to this question. How many students attend these schools? So we have 3,000 schools in Slovakia. How many do you think, how many students do you think attend these schools? And you can also write your tips for Hungary and Italy into the chat that we will see later. So in Slovakia, it's around 700,000 students attending elementary and high schools together. It's a lot of young people. It's a big responsibility of the whole sector about, we are taking care of and trying to teach a lot of young people that are working towards their future, our joint future. A big responsibility. Now, what percentage of upper elementary school students are internally motivated to learn? There has been a recent research in Slovakia done by Comenius University that have studied internal intrinsic motivation in students in elementary schools. So how many % of students do you think are intrinsically, internally motivated? You can also place your tips in the chat. I'm going to check later, or you can answer for yourself. What do you think? Okay. It's 7%. At least this is the result for Slovakia. I wouldn't say that the other 93% are demotivated, but they find, of course, some of the 93% are demotivated or alienated from learning in school, but many of our kids currently attending school are motivated externally, so they are motivated by grades, they are motivated by rewards from parents, you know, if they can get a new iPhone after getting good grades, or they can get a trip to Gerulata, for example, after getting good grades. So this is what motivates our students, and some other external motivators. So only 7% of students learn because they find value and fun in learning itself. This is a generic face of a bored kid that you can generally see after 11 o'clock in schools many times. A key question again is, in what point does the internal or intrinsic motivation of students start going down? Because when kids are in kindergarten, the learning in kindergarten and preschool years is fun. It's mostly perceived and implemented by teachers as play, so they do learn by playing, by new experiences in a playful manner. But then in elementary school, something changes. So I would like you to think for yourself, or put your tip in the chat. When do you think students, kind of the motivation of students starts going down quite drastically? I'm going to give you a few seconds for that. It is first semester of first year, so it starts very quickly. The guess of the research that we have is that it is because of the coming of the grading system. So in the elementary schools, you become getting grades as a student. In kindergarten, this type of external motivation is not there. Also, when you enter elementary school, there are new requirements from parents, from teachers, that you kind of externally have to reach. So a lot of external pressure is put on students, and their motivation goes down. On the other hand, what percentage of teenagers do you think play games regularly? That's easy. It's 91%, kind of the opposite of the numbers regarding motivation. I'm not saying there's a correlation, but it's just looking good on presentation. And how much time do you think young people play games daily? On average, it is around 2 hours. So we do have a contrast of decreased motivation in schools, but we also know that a lot of students, a lot of young people, a lot of old people play games because they have fun in them, they can experience surprises, they can experience victories, they can experience some failures, of course, they can experience gratitude and a lot of emotions. So this is why we made a game, because games are great motivators, we think, and we do have experience that they are great motivators for students to learn in school. So that's why we decided to make learning about the Roman Empire fun by designing a learning game. Let's talk about Heritage Quest AR, which is our game. It is currently available on App Store and Google Play for free in English, Slovak, Italian, and Hungarian. Okay. So what is the game about? Or what is the game? The game is a single-player narrative game, so it is a game for one person. It can be played on Android phones and iOS phones. It is a didactic tool for teachers in elementary and high schools to cover especially parts of a curriculum in subjects of history and geography. And as I said, the target groups are students, but also very important, it's teachers. So it is a tool for teachers to use with their students. What are the main characters of the game? So you can meet our hero, main character. Felix is a 12-year-old boy living on the borders of Roman Empire in the 2nd century. With his family, his dad, Dacius, his mother, Abria, a very important person in the game, which is a traveler, Cyrus, and another very important and key figure in the game, Quadi healer, Herta. There's many more characters in the game, but you will have to explore for yourself when playing. What is the main story? Spoiler alert, you play as Felix, so as this young boy. You live in a countryside house, Villa Rustica, nearby a military fortification, military base called Gerulata, nearby today's Bratislava, on the Danube. Your father becomes ill because he served 20 years in the army. His health is quickly deteriorating, and regular healers, regular doctors in Gerulata cannot help him. So you take on adventure to find a cure for your father with Quadi healer. I'm not going to tell you if the game ends well or if it ends in a bad ending, to not spoil you the whole experience. But you can play the game later and see for yourself whether Felix achieves a good ending or not. The game is set up in the region of Gerulata. It's basically the region of today's Western Slovakia, nearby our capital city, Bratislava. The setting is part of Danube Limes. As you heard today already, the Danube Limes has been named UNESCO Cultural Heritage in the past years. So this was kind of also the point of emphasis that we wanted to bring up with this game. The game welcomes you in a menu where you can decide which mini game you want to play. The game is already being developed and more content is being put there. For now, you can play the part of the game called Limes Romanus, about the historical circumstances and narrative in this area. The game is a narrative game. It's not a violent shooting game, nothing like that. It's a narrative game where you talk, where you walk around, explore the environment, interact with items, and talk to people. So you have discussion with your parents, with travelers, adventurers, army people, with healers, some Romans, some Quadi. As you discuss and explore, you have to accomplish or fulfill some tasks. So this is just a showcase of some tasks. You have to gather items, you have to prepare for the road, you have to achieve and meet the Quadi healer Herta, which is outside of the Roman Empire, so you explore the border of the Roman Empire quite directly. You interact with some 3D puzzles. You travel on the map, so you have to have a good sense of orientation in the historical maps that we have put into the game. This is also the showcase of such map. Again, you have to solve puzzles in the map itself, so working with historical information, analyzing them and making sense of them. The game is full of these things, full of little quests, little puzzles, and a lot of exploration and learning through reading. In the classroom, you can basically cover a lot of ground in the curriculum regarding the Roman Empire itself. You can talk about the ordinary life during the 2nd century in Roman Empire. You can also talk about the clash of cultures between the Romans and the tribes which were surrounding Roman Empire and beyond its border, beyond the Roman limes. And you can teach your students some very relevant skills, especially reading comprehension, critical thinking, and problem solving. The game is full of tasks where they will need these skills. What is a bonus in the game is that you can explore many items in augmented reality. We have, thanks to our partners from R999, scanned items from Archaeological Museum here in Bratislava, but also in Budapest. So these are replicas, true replicas of these items, of historical items which have been found from the 2nd century Roman Empire. You can find them in the museum, so you can, in your own time, without rush, explore them and read more about them. As you can see, the slides are in Slovak, but we do have every item explained also in all other languages. What you can also find additionally to the game is methodical guidelines. So we are not leaving you teachers without some help and support. We have designed methodical guidelines. It's 30 pages full of manual of how to use the game, how to prepare for class, what to be aware of before you play. But you also can find 7 or 8 or even 9 activities that you can do before playing the game, but also after playing the game. So we are not saying the game itself will teach your students everything. You can add to that and work with the content and with your curriculum as you wish. And we have some suggestions for you, which are ready for now in Slovak, but also coming in Italian and Hungarian very soon. So I'm gonna leave it at that. The game is available now on App Store and Google Play. It is available on a website called www.GAMI.FI.RE. If you have any questions or need of support while using the game or before using the game, do not hesitate to contact us. Thank you.
So thank you, Jakub, and welcome Heritage Quest AR to the world. And I would be interested in how were your guesses. So did you enjoy Jakub's quiz and the quiz questions about how the game works and how you play? So let's see. And we have some questions for you. Welcome back, gentlemen, Mr. Žaludko, Mr. Rybár. I was thinking about having fun as an emotion, as something that triggers our memory and the way how we remember. And I always ask my children, how did you get so smart? And they say, Mom, that's with the stupid games and videos you say that we are watching and playing. So it's exactly about that. Then you touched the question of evaluation or external evaluation or non-evaluation as the way out of the missing internal motivation of the pupils. And also maybe what I would like to stress is a mutual cooperation. Like being a scholar, it's always great to have the opportunity to leave your ivory tower and to go to cooperate with people that are producing applications and they're working in the education. So the knowledge that we are dealing with can transfer into the society and wider public. But yes, the questions for you, gentlemen. I try to select as we don't have so much time, but for Mr. Rybár, there is a very interesting question. How can we bridge the gap between teachers with different experiences and competencies in digital technologies, and what should be done about classrooms that are less equipped with technology?
So thank you very much for the question. For me, the straightforward answer is the one we are trying to teach our pupils inside the classroom, and that's peer learning. I think this is the best resource we have where teachers can share their experiences, share their knowledge, talk to each other, and learn from one another. So I would encourage them to explore, get to know their colleagues, and share, because that's the best thing we can do, and it's the same thing we are teaching our kids at school. So for me, sharing experiences is the best way to learn. As we already heard, many games and many resources come with guidelines. That's another great resource we can use. So always search for tools, games, programs that come with these guidelines, because they're often extremely helpful. And maybe a third piece of the puzzle would be to not even learn from each other, but work with one another. So you can always try to explore and bring something new to your classroom as a group of teachers. That way you can share the burden, and you have people you can talk to, you can plan with, and I think this is the way to go. And regarding the differences in equipment that can be in schools, so as the Ministry of Education, I'm glad that we are trying to help as much as possible in this case. There are many projects that are undergoing or finished that are meant to achieve or bring all schools to the same basic level of digital equipment. And I hope this will be a base for the future, where we are always sure that all children in every school have the basic access to digital technologies, such that games, tools, innovations can be used in every single school. And we are doing our best to achieve this. At the same time, we also want to go even one step further. So we're working on several projects where we can also help schools innovate, bring new technologies, new ideas that can enhance their learning, as I was mentioning before.
Thank you very much, and I hope you were satisfied with the question, with the answer. And now we have a question that is actually for both of you gentlemen, like for Mr. Žaludko and Mr. Dömsödi, and that's about what potential does the issue of living heritage represent for you in the development of other games and your future projects, and have you worked on other games as well? So both gentlemen, please. Please, Mr. Dömsödi, as the first one, let's say.
This is our first game project we are planning to publish. So this is for the second question. And as for the living heritage, we think it is, of course, a very important aspect. And this is why we opted for creating the most authentic experience we can make by combining both realistic graphics and the perspective of an art history expert to make it available for students or anybody to really see how may have a medieval European castle and environment look like, and maybe live it again a bit, or at least in the aesthetic parts.
Thank you very much. And maybe Jakub, you could just tell about the development of the game.
Yeah, I'm going to address the question about living heritage and how more we could develop it. I mean, it's very relevant for this game and for further development of this game. I think there's a lot of other living heritages as part of the UNESCO heritage list that we could work on and include in the game. And I'm saying this because we had, for us developers, this was quite a learning experience also as we were developing the game. Learning a lot of facts and realities about Romans in 2nd century that still influence our life today. Like when I'm speaking with you and you explaining me how our society works because of Romans in the 2nd century, and it is in the game. I think it's very relevant for us, but also for students in schools, for them to know that they are part Romans. So I think we could explore more historical circumstances and more historical heritage this way.
Thank you, Jakub. And I'll let you evolve more your ideas because the next question, a very interesting one, it's related to the future. I think it would be more gender inclusive if there was a possibility to choose the main character. For example, an female main character. Have you been thinking about adding a feature like that into the Heritage Quest?
No, but as Balázs was also saying, development of games is a costly thing. This was a very relevant question that we were dealing with. But what we do is to save money. For the next 2 games that we are preparing, we have selected a female main character. So we are kind of changing and gender balancing this from game to game, not in each game itself. But yes, we are thinking of this, and it's important. So
yeah,
not for this game, but maybe for other chapters, different stories, maybe, yeah.
That's connecting the cost issue we were discussing before. And another question is, again, for both of you gentlemen, for Mr. Dömsödi and Mr. Žaludko, what potential does the have you considered the game's potential for learners of Slovak or Hungarian as a foreign language? Many learners of English, for example, have benefited from playing video games, even those not specifically designed for the purpose of language learning. Mr. Dömsödi.
Yeah. Before I answer, I may add to the previous question because I think it is relevant that we also faced really the same issue that we wanted to create initially 2 main characters, 1 female and 1 male, but since it will be a fully synchronized game with voice acting, we had to decide that this time this will be female main character, and maybe in the next game we will use a male protagonist. So it is really the same situation. I just thought to mention it because I thought it was interesting. And for this question, yes, absolutely. We see or I think we all experienced who played games, how it helps to learn foreign languages. And to support this, because our game will be a heavily narrative-based game with lots of dialogues, we plan to create, if not voice acting for all languages, but subtitles for English and Hungarian at least, but if we can manage even other languages, and I think it is a very advantageous aspect of playing games in other languages to help it learn. So absolutely.
Thank you. And Jakub?
I think what Balázs said is correct. I stand behind that. But just highlight one thing. He said games. Let's say Heritage Quest AR is a 50-minute long game, so it's a very short one. So I wouldn't say this game itself is going to teach a language to anyone. It can help. It can give you another chance to interact with a foreign language. But of course, there's a lot of other activities that you need to do while learning a different language. But this can be one of them. Yes.
Yes, definitely. And to come back, as we are here to share also good practice and information about the game development, I would like to come back to Mr. Rybár. And there is a question from the public again. What is the ministry's interest in gathering information about games and offering their variety through its channels, like website, etc.?
So thank you very much for the question. Maybe a short idea that I had while listening to my colleagues. So the question regarding gender, I think, is really interesting, because in modern games, I think changing the gender or the voice or the clothes could be very simple and can be done in seconds. But I was thinking back to maybe 2nd century Roman Empire. the game from a female point of view would be a completely different game, right?
Exactly.
So I think that's also one important thing we can teach children. So it's not as easy as it is now, because the viewpoint and the tasks, well, it's a completely different game. So maybe one idea that was in my mind. And coming to the original question, so yes, from our standpoint, we would like to make sure or help get such games into our education system, because I think they fulfill the idea I was trying to convey during my speech, and that is they're enhancing our learning. Especially this game, I tried to prepare, so I played it a little bit, and I think it's definitely going along the lines of enhancing the learning experience, because you can see the things that you are seeing in museums, the things that are mentioned in class, and you can experience them from the first-person view. So you can impersonate the main character at least a little bit, and the subtle details that are inside the game really help and focus your attention to the details that are different to the details we see today. So I think our task is to promote these games and help schools have access and use them properly. So yes, we would definitely like schools to get involved in gamifying their education more and promote and help create more games such as this one.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rybár. You actually answered the question from the public as well. So, and I think we have time maybe for one or two questions. If there is some burning issue you would like to ask about, please use the chat option. And meanwhile, I will ask the question from the public. What should a teacher focus on first when trying to increase the use of digital technologies in their own classroom?
So, from my point of view, the first question would be is the digital technology helping? Is it improving, enhancing the quality of education, or are we doing or using the other words I was mentioning? Are we just replacing? Are we maybe only personalizing? Are we just trying to fulfill the goal of using the technology itself, or is it really helping the understanding? Is it enhancing the information that we are trying to convey to the pupils? So this would be the first step to inside the planning to make sure that the technologies bring additional value. And then would be to, at least what I would do, is to gather experience or knowledge from my colleagues, either online or inside my own school. And yes, then learning what resources we have at schools, what resources we can borrow or gather from colleagues or schools that are around us, and that comes back to my previous answer, and that's peer learning or sharing experiences, and then hopefully using the technologies themselves inside the classroom or lesson would be so much easier.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. So I think it's time for us to have a break, to stand up, exercise a bit, and take fresh air. So thank you, our two keynotes, Mr. Balázs Dömsödi and Mr. Michal Rybár, as well as Mr. Jakub Žaludko for presenting the game. And see you again in 10:10. Welcome back, dear participants and dear speakers. We are now heading towards session that is dedicated with the two burning topics like emergency situations, as well as displacement and a labor market, and also mathematics in the education. And I would like to welcome the first speaker, Matej Gyárfáš, who is a psychologist by background. Hello, Matej, and he will deliver his speech about how to use education for pupils that are in the state of emergency being displaced. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. So my name is Matej Gyárfáš. I'm the Chief of Communication at Soficreo. Today, I would like to talk about how we help educate displaced children. But first, a bit about Soficreo. We are an EdTech impact company creating a digital learning solution for organizations working with displaced children. It is important to note that we focus on the age group of children 10 to 18 years old. Our mission is to empower education providers with a scalable, adaptive solution that delivers high-quality education and psychological support to displaced children. So we want to ensure that every child's right to learn and thrive is fulfilled. Now, a bit about history or how we came to be. So first, we had a digital platform for businesses, actually. It was meant for upskilling and reskilling of their employees. But then the pandemic hit. And in order to help, we decided to offer the platform for high schools in Slovakia for completely free. And ultimately, our platform had over 10,000 students. We haven't had only traditional schools using our platform during that time, but also an art school, a dance school, a football academy, and other schools. So through this, we realized that digital learning can have a much, much wider scope and impact. After that, the Russian war in Ukraine began, and we quickly, very, very quickly translated the platform into Ukrainian and offered it to Ukrainian children running from war. A week later, we managed to hire Ukrainian teachers and onboard the first students. This was also completely for free, of course. Today, we are developing our new adaptive learning environment, and we want to offer it globally for all types of educations in emergencies. Now, let's talk a bit about the Ukrainian case in more detail. So we have created School to Go. That's the name of the initiative. And we have created it on our former learning experience platform called Timea. During 2 years, we have provided over 3,500 students with more than 17,000 classes. The students were located in 42 countries around the world, and they were studying online with a team of 27 teachers. We managed to cover the whole Ukrainian study curriculum and got approved by the Ministry of Education of Ukraine. So this way, the students studying with School to Go did not lose a year, since they got official and still get official certificates, state certificates, after finishing their school year. This is extremely important. Since we wanted to keep the service free, very soon on, we have created an NGO that's named School to Go, and we applied for funding by the European Commission. School to Go has been co-founded by a grant of 1.1 million euro and is still functioning today as we speak. However, School to Go has never been just about education and knowledge. Since the start, it has been also a trauma-reducing tool, and we have incorporated psychological strategies into the flow. Now, the situation now, at any given moment, 45 million children are out of school due to conflict and disasters and climate change. We really want to help change this, and that's why we are creating our new solution, the adaptive learning environment. Let's talk a bit about that. So our adaptive learning environment uses cutting-edge technology to provide highly personalized learning experiences to a very diverse range of learners. We help deliver education faster, on a larger scale, and in a high quality and engaging form. This is really important. The adaptive learning environment is composed of an app, both mobile and desktop, and an admin console for teachers and administrators. So let's talk about the key features of the adaptive learning environment. So first of all, we have personalized learning paths. So our solution adapts to the content, our solution adapts the content to the specifics of every learner. taking into account their learning style, learning pace, and other preferences. We have huge multilingual support. So the solution functions in lots of languages, and the app's environment can be switched to another language, and the content can be also translated to another language, which is very, very good. Then, of course, we have emotional support features. They range from everyday work with emotions to connecting to professionals. And, we have a very interesting quote here. When was the last time an app asks you how you feel? I think, for example, Zoom doesn't do this. And I think none of the other educational platforms really do this. Our platform does. We have offline accessibility. So the solution can download content and afterwards work independently of an internet connection. This is very important in situations where there is very little or no data available or no internet connection available. Of course, one of the top key features is interactive and engaging content. So the intelligent content builder helps the educators build high quality content based on research and best practices. One of the pillars of our solution is live teacher-learner contact, and this distinguishes our solution from all the content library solutions. So it's not only content within the app, it's not only live teacher-learner contact, but it's combined. And last but not least, it's accessibility and inclusive design. So the environment of the solution has several accessibility features, and the content can be checked for cultural relevance and sensitivity. I will come to that later. So what are the benefits? Let's look at the benefits of our solution. So for education providers, these include scaling their impact. This is very important for them. Also impact children speaking a different language. Imagine a camp, a refugee camp, where you suddenly have children who speak a completely different language, and it's very, very hard to educate them. It's very, very hard to talk to them. Education providers can measure impact via data collected by our app. And of course, based on all these things, they can spend finances more efficiently. Now, for educators, for teachers themselves, they can interact live online with the children. Very important, crucial, I would say. They also get feedback on the emotional and mental state of the children, which is very nice because they know who they are dealing with and they can adapt based on this data. And also, and this was very crucial when we started to think about our new solution, the teachers can teach the way they want to, and our solution will assist them. So we don't really force, it's a tool, right? So we don't really force teachers to teach in a certain way. We rather support them in the way they teach. Now, for learners, they can instantly interact with educators and other children, other peers, right? They get ongoing psychological support, and they can connect even without speaking the local language. So there is this extensive multilingual environment. Now, all of the benefits aim towards the fulfillment of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, especially SDG number 4 and SDG number 10. Okay. Last but not least, and finally, let's talk about technology. I tried to, since I think you are very, very diverse, listening to me, your backgrounds are very diverse. I tried to make it simpler. So our solution is cloud-based. So most actions are done on the server and not on the user's device. And this ensures that the app stays lightweight, so it can function. This means it's not too demanding on the hardware and can function also on older hardware, for example. We even have some ideas how to translate the content even to phones that are not smartphones. But this is only a plan at this moment. We also offer an offline mode, as I said, to get around the problems with internet connectivity. The solution can also change content to different formats. So images to text, for example, to solve problems with data constraints. Last but not least, in our learning environment, we use the help of AI for lots of functions. So let's talk about this for a bit. So we use a large language model. For those of you who don't know what this is, you've probably heard of ChatGPT, right? So this is one of the large language models, for example. We also use other less complex algorithms. AI helps us to create individual learning paths for children based on live data and also based on their goals, which are set by them and which are set by their educators. Using AI, we can assess the knowledge level of the children. This is very important and saves a lot of time because otherwise the teachers would have to do this, and the teachers can get assistance, heavy assistance by the AI to help them do this. We can also adjust content during the learning process based on the input from the child. So, for example, we have a slider button that says too simple, too hard. So if the child slides, if the child doesn't understand or it seems too hard for them, they just slide and the AI helps to simplify. And of course, on the contrary, when the child thinks the content is too simple, then of course the AI can branch further in the content and offer more information to the topic, to the subject. So individual learning paths, knowledge level, adjusting content during the learning process, and also feedback. This is very, very important. AI helps us also to connect children that are more advanced in a certain topic, to help guide children that are less advanced in a certain topic, and this is called many-to-many learning, and it's extremely efficient. Some studies say that it's actually the most efficient type of learning when they learn peer-to-peer. AI also helps to make the process more engaging based on feedback from the learners. And last but not least, AI helps us with accessibility. So we have, for example, support for the visually impaired, where the AI can read the text, right? Or for the hearing impaired, so that, for example, when you have videos, the AI can subtitle the videos. And also for children with learning disabilities, we are right now trying out something that is called this font, which is a special type of text font that is specifically for people suffering with learning disabilities. So it changes the whole user interface of the app, and it also changes the whole content of the app, so that the people can read and actually understand what is being written. And I think that is it from my side. I hope you enjoyed my presentation, and I would like to thank you for your attention. And I am very much looking forward to your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matej, for your input. And I think you brought back the question of emotions in education, of creating a safe space, safe place, as well as preparedness of the children, but as well as the educators for various situations, and also the question of diversity. So I'm looking forward to the questions too. We'll please put your questions to the chat, and we'll continue with the notion of diversity to our next speaker, who is Öykü İnal. Öykü works and brings us food for thought, also like the name of your organization, that comprises women, trans people, queers, migrants, and mothers of teenagers. So I feel very touched by that. And you will speak about diversity as a part of identity. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I'm Öykü İnal. I'm originally a sociologist, but I'm also working as project manager in Food for Thought Media. We are a small indie studio based in Berlin, Germany. And today I'm going to present you our latest game that we released in 2023, April. It's available on App Store and Google Play Store. And I believe by exploring this distinct case of the game, we can have a better understanding of some of the ways that video games can be integrated into educational settings, or how education can be integrated into the video games. And to very briefly mention the team behind it, as you also mentioned, we are a video game studio that is specialized in making education video games, especially on the socially relevant or important topics. And we are a very diverse studio ourselves. That is like made up of migrants, queers, and trans people, and mostly consist of women. So we do games about what is important to us. For example, we do games that are having the topic of empathy, tolerance, accessibility, disabilities, gender, sexuality, diversity, neuro and physical diversities as well. Just a second. Yeah, I'm going to talk about our latest game, which is Sibel's Journey. Our story. I'm going to talk about why of that we are doing this in the form of a video game. So, approaching the topic of sexuality and gender can be really scary in the classroom setting for a lot of people, both for the teachers, both for the learners. So we wanted to provide a way of self-learning for students, that because of the stigma around the topics and the shame around the topics, so they can explore the thema in their own home individually without having to ask an adult. We also noticed that there wasn't enough materials available on these topics, and we wanted to provide a solution for this gap. And moreover, we designed this game in such a way that it is easily integratable into the classroom settings and workshops, so that it can be used as a tool for discussion starters. It's an episodic form of game. It takes about like 2 hours to play, but it's divided into 4 consecutive episodes where teachers can use it in a way that play an episode and then reflect with the students after it, and like goes along like this. And we think that the video games are right tool of education, especially socially relevant topics, because they are amazing tools in terms of fostering deeper understanding of other people, their lives, their struggles, and their perspective. And this is very successful in putting the player in the shoes of the characters. So about the story a little bit. Our story follows our protagonist, Sibel, who is a 13-year-old girl. She is the German daughter of a Turkish migrant family. And she visits her aunt Meral in Berlin for a short weekend trip. And her best friend, Sarah, is also living in Berlin, and she wants to surprise her, not telling her that she's in town, but she wants to find her. So she starts going around in Berlin, trying to find her, asks questions to people. And while doing this, she's meeting a lot of interesting people and get to know their stories and their perspectives. And here's what they have to say. I would like to show our trailer. It's like a minute long to have a better understanding of the visuals and the mechanics. And then I will continue. Okay. So the game covers some of the very important topics and talks about body image, body norms, body autonomy, different bodies. It talks about different sexual orientations, their definitions, and different experiences of people from different sexual orientations and genders in society. It talks about the differences between sex, gender expression. It talks about it talks about the history of pride and what is LGBTQIA plus stands for, what are those letters are, what is different queer pride flags, and what does being an ally means. It moreover talks about consent, how to react when somebody oversteps your boundaries, how to be respectful to other people's boundaries, and what are some of the contraceptive methods, how can intimacy be safer, and some of the topics that are like not really main topics, but we still address them in there is what is it like to have supportive parents or non-supportive parents, what is a chosen family, what is being migrant owned, and what are the struggles that comes with being a migrant in a different country. And accessibility is also one of the themes that are visible in the game. So the game is played through conversation cards, at least a big part of it. And the cards are used to start conversations with the characters. The more that topics you learn, the more cards you get, the more topics you can talk about. And the player can choose which topics they want to address first, with which character they want to discuss it. The language of the game is quite simple and understandable. It doesn't focus much on giving the right or wrong answers to the players, but it tries to more like try to introduce those players to the current topics and current discussions around the topics. As I mentioned, it's made up of 4 consecutive episodes. It is also available in 3 different languages, which is English, German, and Turkish. And we also made voiceovers for it. Voice acting is a part of it. So that was a measure that we took to increase the accessibility of the game. But at the same time, we thought that it would be best for teenagers to play this in their own native languages. these are the 4 episodes that I mentioned. First of all, there is Meral's apartment, Sibel's aunt, the cafe, and subway. And here, Sibel goes to the Pride Festival that is taking place that weekend. She's trying to find Sarah there. This is one of the episodes in Sibel's journey, which I really like. She goes to a genderless toilet in one of the bars and cafes. She's reading the graffiti that is writing on it, and she's reflecting on those. Here, 2 examples I put. One of them, it reads, "Surely I'm the only one who gets to decide what I do with my own body." And the other one states, "Yeah, everybody on the beach is a beach body." We also have mini games. It's a part of the game. They are not all a must to finish the game. Some of them are optional. We have 3 games that are optional to play here. One of them is Gender Unicorn, the other one is Contraceptive Methods, and there's also a genitalia matching game. In the game, there is also other mini games, that is LGBTQIA matching game, queer flags finding, and you can also see there is a photo booth where Sibel can look through different slogans and flags that have been brought to Pride, and she can then see how the intersecting topics can be available in Pride. This is a part of Gender Unicorn game. As Sibel is meeting different new people, she's also starting to collect these forms that have been filled by the characters. So she can see how they fill that form in terms of how they feel with gender identity, gender expression, who they're attracted to, and so on. And this is optional, but there's also this blank form in it. And if player wishes to do that, they can also play with the sliders here. And it's a nice way of reflecting on how one feels by the end of the game. So currently we are, as I mentioned before, the game is created for educational purposes. It has been designed as a part of workshop package. And so we're currently giving workshops directly to children and teenagers, and we are using the games as the educational tool in those. It goes as playing a game, reflecting, and then doing some offline activities together with it. We are also training educators and teachers on how to integrate our game into their own class plans. There is also workshops that we provide that we are brainstorming together how games can be used in the classroom settings and how they can choose a topic they wish to address and use it, address it with games with the children. So here with our game, the aim is not just providing a joyful activity next to the main learning activities, but here the game becomes the very material that the teaching is going through. So what's more to come? So we noticed that there was a lot of topics we wanted to cover in Sibel's journey. You might have noticed that there's tons of topics. We were just too excited about it and tried to put everything we find important. Then it's a 2 hours game. It's not really possible to cover everything very successfully. We needed to make a decision. We said, okay, let's take some of them out and we will make a second game about the topics that we want to follow up with. So there is Leila's play that we are currently working on. It's a similar method of teaching and learning. Some of the characters are same. It can be like a sequel, if you can consider. This time we are focusing on disabilities, accessibility, and neurodiversity and physical diversities. It's actually a coming of an age story. It's a detective story, like you're solving through certain puzzles that are very related to these topics and trying to solve a kind of sabotage, but not really, but it's yours to figure it out. What is it? So that's it from me, and I shared our social media accounts here. You can follow us and stay tuned to see what else will happen next. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Öykü, for bringing this sensitive issue of education and the question how to teach about sensitive issues and how to learn about sensitive issues, as well as other questions related to right for education and also the future and AI translations, making maybe the education tools more accessible. But on the other side, also the language mutations that could change the context, as well as we discussed in the previous discussion. How is it possible to change the gender of the main character? It's very much similar when translating things, games and texts, to think about the context of the whole. So I'm looking very much forward to the discussion. And now I would like to invite our next speaker, Tina Krišník, who is an adult educational manager in Development and Education Center Novo Mesto in Slovenia. And these different courses that you implement in the formal and informal education relate mostly to vulnerable group of people. So let's hear about how to deal with this specific topic. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Tina Krišník, and as said, I'm a manager of EU projects at Development and Education Center Novo Mesto, with more than 18 years of experience in adult education, as well as guidance, implementing projects, different one, and developing also new project ideas. I'm really happy to have the opportunity to present you one of our really special EU project. The GAMI.FI.RE project, fostering financial literacy and career readiness through gamification in vocation education, focuses on improving financial competences with the innovative use of gamification in vocation education and training. The low level of financial literacy among young people in Europe is a serious obstacle to their employment prospects as well as personal financial stability. So, before I start, just a few words about our organization. Development and Education Center Novo Mesto is one of the biggest adult education organization in Slovenia, with more than 60 years of experience. We develop formal, non-formal programs as well as guidance for diverse target groups, and thus promoting long life learning. EU projects include tangible activities with clearly defined outcomes that benefit all countries involved. Cooperation gives us a new dimension to local projects by showing participants an alternative and innovative ways of identifying and solving problems. Project ideas are in our organization systematically developed, as you see from the slide, to meet our strategic objective and also to contribute to increasing opportunities for the involvement of adults, especially vulnerable target groups, in lifelong learning. GAMI.FI.RE is one of the projects that was actually written by me personally and my team. And this was approved by our national agency with involvement, of course, of other partners from Netherlands, Italy, and also Cyprus. Why we wrote this project? A recent survey showed that that there are only 48% of young people in the EU correctly answer questions on basic financial literacy. This lack of knowledge can have far-reaching consequences, included, as said before, limited employment opportunities, increased vulnerability to financial fraud, or these difficulties in managing personal finance. This project is led by us, ASET, and it is co-financed by European Commission under Erasmus Plus K2 Strategic Partnership, and it started in September 2023, and it will last until August 25. The project's main aim is to empower young people and vulnerable groups to acquire practical financial knowledge in a fun and interactive way, contributing to their better career readiness and overall employability. We will focus mainly on wet students, wet school staff, and also to reach sustainability of the project, also on our stakeholders as well as the general public. We would like that this game, which will be the main output of this project, usable for all. We already implemented in-depth research in 4 partners countries involving 26 educational organizations with more than 50 vocational school staff and nearly 200 students. The results showed a significant gap in financial knowledge and also, on the other hand, a strong support for introducing of gamification. The full survey will be also published on our website. As you see, there was overall a collective recognition of the value of the serious game as an effective tool for teaching financial competencies in vet education, also from professional staff and directors of schools. So we can say that financial literacy is the key that unlocks the doors to economic empowerment and independence as well. So a little more about what is serious play, a serious game, and why it is important. It combines seriousness and play, which has been proven to increase motivation. Designing a serious game requires also a good understanding of the needs and motivators of the target groups. The goal is not just entertainment, but learning, training, and skills development. Serious games also encourage knowledge acquisition through facing various challenges, scenarios, and problems, and it is important to reach the goal. A serious game is not necessarily a voluntary activity, and users often do not even realize that they are learning, making it crucial that in this project we close special attention to the competency framework and also game structure, including the challenges. So financial literacy empowers individuals to make informed decisions, navigate the complexity of the financial world, and also build a secure foundation for a prosperous future. In our project, there are several outputs. In the first stage, based on our research, we already developed competency framework. And here is an example. Competency framework was created using 4 different career goals for vet students. And those 4 main goals are further education, regular employment, self-employment, and focus on agriculture field. And this is example of the framework from the agriculture field. So the next output is to create a serious game toolkit for the staff and vet providers. And of course, the main output will be serious game Gami.FI.RE. In May this year, we already implement a professional event at our places and also a workshop with vet students. And they were searching for ideas how to integrate mini games, ideas for mini games to be integrated in our main game. Of course, under supervision of their teachers and also external experts that we invited in this workshop. At the end of the project, we will implement the campaign to reach the use of the project results. We would like that our game will be used in vet schools, mainly in vet schools, integrated in education process. For example, it can be integrated as optional modules in schools. It can be integrated directly in some school subjects, or by creation some interest groups, or also as school projects. And the toolkit will also, that I mentioned before, will also provide guidelines on how to integrate this material into the school system for our stakeholders. Of course, the game will be tested, and we will also offer training to the professionals that they will be able to integrate this in their own school system or in their own school. So a little more about the game, just a few minutes more. The concept of the serious game is based on the development of competency framework, as I said, and uses 3D video game elements, including real-life scenarios where users learn through various challenges. They learn how to make sound economic decisions while playing a fun video game. They also collect coins on the way, and they will need to pass some challenges. If they ran out of coins, they must to start again. So the game will consist of 3 main areas. In the port area, where users will choose their character and role based on their career goals. So, as I mentioned before, we have different roles. One is student, one is agronomist, one is employee, and the last one is entrepreneur. Before they heading to the island by boat, they will visit the bank to gain basic financial knowledge, and also it will be some kind of intro to the game that they will test different types of challenges. During the boat trip, users will choose their destinations based, as a previous mentioned, on their career goal, and collect coins while avoiding some obstacles. These coins will be needed to solve challenges on the island. And of course, the main game is here on the island. Upon arriving on the island, each user will encounter unique financial challenges and learning situations based on their role chosen at the beginning. They will move around the island, make financial decisions, play mini games, and also manage their money effectively. So this is all about our project. I hope I wasn't too long, that my presentation wasn't too long. I kindly invite you to follow us because we would like also include our stakeholders from other European countries or other countries, so that the impact of the project will be that we can increase the impact of the project. So please scan the code, and you are welcome to give any comments, and also you can leave your contact like email in here. So thank you.
Yeah. Welcome back. Thank you, Tina. Thank you very much. And I'm glad to have all this project and all this information as teasers or invitation to dive deeper into all the agenda that you are dealing with and the wide variety of possibilities how to use digital education. Also, for me personally, the intergenerational generation aspect is also very important, and the lifelong learning that is enabled exactly via the digital tools is a very important issue that you touched also in regard with the personal lives and also practical use of the knowledge that you can transmit in this very attractive way. And now we should have another speaker, Nameka Ajegba, which we are very lucky to have from Nigeria, from the Federal College of Education. And as far as I know, there are some connection difficulties. So maybe we could start with the first questions for our speakers now. Please feel free to use the chat option and pose your question there. I will follow them and I try to address some of the questions. So, for Mr. Gyárfáš, since you offer your platform for children of different ages from so many countries, is there any way you operate within the context of each country's official state educational program? Or is this completely free of all the traditional rules? Is there anything that resembles, like final exams or certificates? Thank you for the great presentation, by the way. So, Matej?
Thank you. Thank you for the compliment. Okay, so what we offer is a tool. We don't offer content. We offer our tool helps to, create the content. But we offer a tool. So it's actually a question of the client, of the organization, whether they follow the official rules of the country. So we don't really look. We are able to help them because we have experience with this, with communicating with the Ukrainian Ministry of Education. We can help with our insight, but this is not something that we provide. But the platform is completely capable of providing this. I hope I answered the question.
Schools, teachers, and students have the option for discounts. Okay, so I repeat the question, please. For Madame İnal, is your game application paid? Do schools, teachers, and students have the option for discounts?
Thank you for the question. Currently, we don't have a subscription model that we are willing to imply. Then there might be discounts for different institutions. What we wanted to initially do, that was a part of a workshop package that we were going to provide the game free to everyone that is somehow getting connected to our workshops. And it was a tool in it. So we weren't planning to actually put it on the App Store, Google Play Store, and places as such. But then we said, okay, actually, now that there is the tool, we should also make it available for people to play it at the comfort of their home. And they can, if they wish, they can download and check the content out. Right now, it is like €5 or something. And for workshops, it's a different package, but we are working on a model that we can provide this to institutions in the form of licensing.
Okay, thank you. So that's also an option. And again, for Mr. Gyárfáš, if a question is posed to a child through the app about how they are doing, how do you proceed with their response? Who answers it? How have you addressed the aspect of trauma that children go through? As you mentioned, psychological assistance. Sorry if I didn't understand correctly. So
No
Matej?
problem. Of course, this is very important. This is a very important question. For example, let me give the example of the Ukrainian case. One, we do have an actual psychologist with training as part of the team, as part of the Ukrainian team. We also provide psychological training for the teachers so that they can apply obviously softer psychological elements within the communication. And the plan now is to a certain level, it's really not easy to measure the psychological state of a child, but there are definitely some indicators that help us to kind of predict if they are in either danger or just unwell. And so if the app gathers enough data that might seem that from which it might seem that the child is not well, then of course the app sends a warning to the administrator, and that it depends on the client, how they proceed. Of course, they should have some sort of help ready, or some sort of strategy how to help. But we can also actually assist them with this. So we can have someone. Right now we are talking with a really nice initiative. I think it's from the US, and they provide help from contact to actual connection with a psychologist in 2 minutes or something like that. So but this is only in English, so it's not really covering the whole world, obviously. We are also considering to have a bit of an AI bot, kind of trying to ask the questions, and once the answers indicate that there might be a problem, then the warning is passed to upwards in the hierarchy.
Thank you very much. Now a question maybe for all of you, that the COVID crisis has shown us that many children are not only displaced, but also impoverished. They do not always have quality access to technology and the internet. Have your considerations been directed towards how to make your product and services accessible to different groups of children? Maybe we can start with Tina this time. So.
Yes, of course, during the COVID time, there were some difficulties. For example, we have many of Roma students in our organization. They attend primary school, and we were reaching through possibilities, and they were learning very fast, surprisingly. Because we thought that they will have some difficulty because they never met before with, for example, Zoom and so on. But we mostly reached them via Facebook and Messenger, and they were sending us homeworks and what they have done, and also instruction. Teachers gave instruction directly in those channels. So I think that it is very important to know the needs of the target group, and find the right way to reach to them. So you have to align the tools and so on.
Thank you. Öykü?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, we really want to reach as many kids as possible, and we are very much aware that one of the barriers in front of it is actually having access to technology or like lack of budget from the schools, for example. So our initial model of thinking like how we can provide this to schools was we wanted to have some sort of funding or sponsorship model that we can actually go to the schools and provide these workshops to these children for free together with our game. And for that, we need some certain amount of sponsorship that we can do it in the name of these organizations. We are still looking for it. We are also a pretty newly established studio, you can say. So we are on the way to do it. We also recently got accepted from an Erasmus funding program, like you also mentioned. And there we are going to, for example, have that opportunity to provide these free workshops to the diverse group of children from very different backgrounds. There will be 3 workshops taking place in Turkey. There will be 3 in Germany. And yeah, this is one step closer to what we initially wanted to do.
One question, but first Matej, please.
Sorry, I was muted. So first, you can, as much as we try, we can never serve all the children. Sorry, that's just the reality. That's number one. It's just not, we are not gods. We are not supernatural beings. So we have to cope with reality. Number two, though, it's really dangerous to view, for example, refugees as only people on boats drowning in the Mediterranean, right? Because that's what the media image is very often looks like. According to research, more than 70% of refugees have access to phones, for example. So it's not as bad as we might think, and we are able to reach kids in a different way. And then 3, of course, we are thinking about making the app as as approachable as we can. So, for example, in Africa during COVID, they used radio and they used TV for education, and it's actually not that hard to do this, to translate the content into text, for example, and then have a neural voice read it out, okay, on a certain frequency, or to translate the content of a lecture into text and send it via SMS. So it's, of course, this is a this is a solution that is not ideal, but it's still a solution.
And also, thank you for the bridge, Matej, because the next question for Öykü is quite an anthropological and contextual one. Does your game take into account the diverse religious and cultural backgrounds of teenagers, perhaps those from more conservative backgrounds and beliefs? Have you encountered any negative reactions to the application?
I mean, of course, it's a sensitive subject and everybody has their own opinion on it, which tend to be very strong. We actually got very positive feedbacks from a lot of communities, and the reaction we got was usually overwhelmingly positive. On the other hand, we also obviously have reactions from people that think that such topics should not be taught to children, or it wasn't really about the content of the game, but just the fact that we mentioned these topics to children was very unacceptable for some people, but we don't agree with that. We think that it is important to provide safe space for children to learn about these topics, and like providing sound knowledge meanwhile, because children are going to learn about it. Like there's internet, they are always going to have access to all sorts of information. We want to provide a positive attitude on the topic, so that when they learn, they don't learn it in curse, they don't learn it in the different like porn or other websites that are like degrading. It's an educational tool and should be used like this. In terms of cultural differences, we want to still have place in the game that we can adapt and localize in terms of different places. We do have a character, for example, we use for localization that Sibel's cousin that texts her and lets her know about the lets her know about the different organizations that are based in that specific country that the game we want to make it available in. And of course, for language differences, it always needs to be someone translated that is like very informed on the gender issues, very informed in the cultural context. It's just not, just cannot be Google Translate. It cannot be DeepL whatsoever. It has to be culturally relevant transformation of that language, of this lingo also to the target group, for sure.
Thank you that you also answered this sensitive issue. And maybe I would like to come back to Tina again. A question for you. Does your application also inform about the risks and potential of cryptocurrencies?
Yes, I think that we will include it in some modules, but we are not decided yet if we will have it on the main island, because in the main land, because it's important for all of the roles that I mentioned before. So for the farmer, for the employee, for the self-employed person, so and also for students, because it's we are living in nowadays. So yes, we will sure include this also.
Very much. And we stayed in the math and counting area. And the question for all of you now, and this might be maybe the last question for this session. All these games are maybe beneficial for social learning, but what about science and math? So maybe with Matej.
As I said, we are just a tool. So we any content that is brought into our learning environment can be successfully taught via the tool. Of course, there are subtle problems with numbers still in regard to large language models. They don't. While you can be quite sure that when it comes to text, working with text is a piece of cake for the language model. Working with numbers is definitely not a piece of cake for a language model, and there are many errors. So it is very critical that we are aware of this and don't just use the language model for somehow work with data and present it to the users and pretend like it's 100% true. So we are aware of these minds, I would say, and we just need to work this out.
Thank you very much. What about you, Öykü?
I'm sorry, I believe I missed the question. Could you
question
repeat?
Was about using the application for societal topics, but what about math and science?
Sure. I mean, I think a couple of studios that I already know of that is doing this in America, and then they are providing this to teachers as tools. I think that could be very beneficial, just that it's not our specialization, but I think it's a good idea.
Thank you. And Tina, as your application is going more into this direction, maybe?
Yes, of course, because financial competences are closely connected with math. So we have also external experts that are helping us in developing material from the economic field, as well as from so one psychologist is also included because of the levels of the challenges that we have to set. So it is both important using gamification in math or in finance, or what can I say? So it is really challenging to create this game. But however, it is very connected with science and math.
Thank you very much for your answer. And I have to say that I have good news for all us participants, because Madam Namaka Ajegba from the Federal College of Education from Nigeria, we managed to establish the connection. That means that she'll exactly deal with this topic after the break. And we'll start with exactly the topic of use of digital tools to enhance students' mathematics thinking skills. So thank you very much for your papers and also for the discussions, for your questions, and see you again in 10 minutes. That means 11:30. Welcome back after the break, and we'll dedicate now this section to seemingly incompatible topics of digital tools and cultural heritage in its tangible or intangible form. And this is one of the UNESCO's very important topics: how to bring younger generation to get to be interested in cultural heritage in general. And this is exactly the answers we hope to find, the answers to this question. But first, I would like to pay our debt to the last question we discussed before the break about mathematics and science. And maybe history or cultural heritage or history with mathematics might have some joint ideas about the logic of consequences. So let's welcome Nameka Jegba from the Federal College of Education in Asaba in Delta State, Nigeria. Are you with us?
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. So sorry for the inconveniences. It's raining down here heavily, so the network keeps fluctuating. My topic is on the use of digital learning tools to enhance mathematical thinking skills among secondary school students here in Nigeria. In today's digital world, students are more motivated to learn using digital learning tools, and that is to enhance their mathematical thinking skills. And you all will agree with me that students don't really like the concept mathematics. They keep running away from it. And with these innovatives, I mean the digital learning tools, which will make students to draw more closer to the teaching and learning of mathematics. So now, these are digital tools. We have various types of it. We have the interactive. We have the interactive software, such like GeoGebra, Dexmon, and the rest. We have the online stimulus, and we have the virtual manipulatives. But here in Nigeria, the one that I, as a researcher, am more keen to is the GeoGebra software, because when we're talking about GeoGebra, it's a dynamic tool that can be used to teach statistics, algebra, and geometry. And you all will agree with me that teaching geometry, students don't really like it because of the figures. I mean, because of the angles. So student tends to run away from it. So, so the introduction of GeoGebra will make students to get acquainted with that particular concept using that application. And I've been able to practicalize it among secondary school students. And from it, I was able to find out, I have a case study of it among secondary school students, whereby the GeoGebra software was installed in their computer in the lab, and I was able to use it to teach the students. On a normal ground, when coming to classroom to teach angles or distance, students seem not to be interested in learning it. But with this GeoGebra software, after installing it on the system, students were more motivated to learn, despite the fact that we were having challenges while during instruction, but everything went on perfect. And since then, we've been having a workshop for mathematics teachers on how they can incorporate this software into their instruction. And from my findings, the best practice for integrating digital tools in mathematics, I was able to summarize them into 4 aspects of it. We have the personalized learning, in which the students will be able to learn at their own pace without any disturbance or any thing from their teachers. Then we have the collaborative teams. I could deduce that when we were doing the practical in the lab, students were collaborating with other students to learn, okay, what is this? How are we going to do this? And it really helps in them getting an urge over the concept. And lastly, we'll talk about the challenges, because here in Nigeria, definitely we must have challenges because we are growing. So the challenges here is that our government needs to inculcate or needs to collaborate with a developed country like Austria. That's where they usually use this GeoGebra, to collaborate with them so that the learning of mathematics here in Nigeria can move to the next level. Because anything you are doing involves mathematics. And for students to navigate effectively, they need this software, because it will help our economy, it will help the school, it will help the society at large. Then how can we move forward? That is, teacher needs to be trained. They need to be trained on a daily basis. That is a continual process. Teacher needs to be trained on how to use the software, and government needs to invest in infrastructure. Just like I said, they need to collaborate with other advanced countries on how to make this innovative, effective for learning. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, I think we finished. Thank you. Thank you, Namaka. Thank you very much for the presentation, how to make something that might be for heritage scholars totally inaccessible or complicated to grasp, as well as for many children maybe, to try to make it more attractive. And I think it's a great tool how to do that. Please, if you have questions for Namaka, just put them to the chat, and please stay with us. We'll continue with the next speakers, and we'll come back to you after the session with the questions. Thank you once more. And now I would like to come from mathematics to heritage and also to communities, and how to deal with the cultural heritage within the communities, which build the topic of the paper of 3 ladies, Zuzana Danišková, Dana Masaryková, and Lucia Nováková from the University of Trnava. And this is really a nice combination of education, of mathematics, ethics, and civic education. That is the background from Madame Danišková. And you, Lucia Nováková, who is an archaeologist and the head of the Department of Classical Archaeology at the Trnava University. So we are looking forward how to combine archaeology and educational systems, because it's very much in line with our application Heritage Quest AR. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank organizers for possibility to be here and listen so many interesting presentations. My name is Lucia Novakova, and I would like to show you and introduce you in the name of my colleagues and friends our project, Gamification, a model for community work with heritage, also known as Heritage Game. This project aims to enhance the community engagement in preservation of cultural heritage through gamification. It is a part of Erasmus Plus program and falls under the action type which focuses on partnership in higher education, and it is planned to last for 36 months. The main applicant and the partner organization, the project is coordinated by Instituto Politécnico de Tomar from Portugal. In addition to the main applicant, the project includes 6 universities from Turkey, Italy, the Czech Republic, Romania, Bulgaria, and Slovakia. Our primary objective is to support the community and civic engagement and democratic participation in the field of cultural heritage, especially in the regions with low population density. We believe that active involvement of local communities is crucial for preservation and protection of our cultural heritage. Additionally, we aim to create an operational framework and provide the tools for gamification strategies and techniques designed to support community-based and community-led heritage projects. Furthermore, we seek to foster partnership and practical learning between the local communities, academics, and university students. Lastly, we strive to promote the benefits of gamification and community-based approaches in heritage work. The project strives to incorporate gamification into curricula to make learning about cultural heritage more attractive and enjoyable for students. We are developing digital tools and resources for teachers to use in interactive lessons and activities. The project engaged community members of all ages in cultural activities and promoting the new knowledge and skills. We support collaboration between different disciplines such as history, archaeology, technology, and education, and creating an interdisciplinary education environment that fosters a holistic understanding of cultural heritage. So how we aim to achieve our goals? First, we identify, select, and analyze the best community-based gamification strategies for cultural heritage in sparsely populated regions. This helps us understand and expand successful practices. Next, we will develop a scalable gamification model that can be applied in similar communities. We will create an accessible gamification application to help communities implement these strategies easily. And finally, we will form community coalitions in 7 partner countries, bringing together the local people, the academics, and students to collaborate on adapting and implementing those gamification solutions. Currently, we are documenting the successful gamification strategies from each country. We analyze this data to identify the key elements that contribute to their success and adapt them to our needs. To ensure the effectiveness and sustainability, we use 2 main criteria, the impact and gamification. The result will be summarized in a detailed report, and we will create...
I'm really sorry to interrupt you, but we still see the one slide. Is it okay? If yes, then continue, but we still the heritage game.
Okay. And now,
which is a pity, of course, because you are telling us very interesting information, but we don't see the pictures. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now, can you see, for example, the main applicant and partner organization?
What we aim to achieve, that's what we see now.
Okay, we can stay. So we will, this repository will serve as reference material for future projects and communities which are interested in gamification strategies in cultural heritage. And based on our findings, we will provide the recommendation for adapting and implementing these strategies in various contexts. So do you see the slide impact criteria, please?
Probably, yes, we do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the impact criteria are general criteria that help us evaluate the extent to which an initiative creates or has the potential to create significant results and effects. These criteria are universal and can be used to evaluate any type of the case study or initiative. They include the assessing effectiveness, the sustainability, accessibility and inclusivity, innovation and creativity, as well as social and cultural impact. Each criterion is evaluated using a 6-point scale, and the evaluation is conducted independently by 2 evaluators to minimize subjectivity and bias. If the evaluation are consistent, it means the agreement is more than 80%, the result is considered reliable. In case of disagreement, a 3rd evaluator is involved. Gamification criteria are specific to the field of gamification and are designed to evaluate how effectively game elements and strategies are integrated into the project. These criteria help us assess how gamification increases the participant engagement and motivation and include 3 main areas: intrinsic motivation, extrinsic motivation, and content-dependent heuristic. Each criterion is evaluated using a 6-point scale. These criteria, the intrinsic motivation heuristics, are used to evaluate the activities to determine how effectively they help users find meaning and satisfaction in their actions. We assess whether the activity allows users to identify meaningful goals they can achieve through their actions, thereby enhancing their sense of personal fulfillment and value. We examine whether the activity offers challenges that grow with the user's skill level and whether the initial challenges help newcomers learn how the activity works. We also evaluate users can track their achievements and progress through clearly defined tasks and goals, thereby reinforcing their sense of competence and mastery. Another category of gamification criteria we use to evaluate activities are extrinsic motivation heuristics. These criteria help us determine how effectively an activity motivates users through external stimuli. We assess whether users are motivated by the sense of ownership and rewards for achieving goals, which increases their engagement. We examine whether the activity offers rare and hard to obtain rewards that enhance the value and attractiveness of these rewards. Additionally, we evaluate whether the activity creates the urgency by threatening users with the loss of earned rewards if they do not act immediately, and motivating them to take quick action and engage. The final category of gamification criteria we use to evaluate activities are content-dependent heuristics, and these criteria help us determine how well an activity responds to specific situations and provide the feedback. We assess whether the activity informs users about their progress and the next available actions or challenges, ensuring the continuous information and guidance. We examine whether the activity offers unexpected variability in tasks or rewards, keeping users engaged and increasing their curiosity and motivation to continue. We also evaluate whether users have the opportunity to contribute positively to improving the activity, while ensuring that the activity is protected against cheating or manipulation. Our team from Slovakia selected several activities that best meet the criteria of community engagement, cultural heritage, and gamification. While we found many many interesting projects, we selected those that best aligns with our goals. Most activities are designed to be accessible to all age groups, ensuring broad community participation. Activities vary in their implementation methods and technological tools used. Some activities are time limited, such as the Golden Ticket Hunt, which takes place only in the margin the day of books, in the amount of books, while others like the City Wall game in Trnava and Star Eater or Hviezdojed in Revúca are available year-round. And interaction methods also differ from physical collection of stickers and QR codes to use of mobile application and GPS technologies. Due to the low density criterion, we so far excluded Bratislava and Trnava, but it's not for sure now, as the activity can reach also some regions nearby. From the analysis, we selected the best activities, which is for us now the City QR game in Handlova and Star Eater or Hviezdojed in Revúca. We focused on their ability to support the community and educate players about the local history and culture. Hviezdojed in Revúca is an interactive game set in the town of Revúca using mobile technologies and interactive elements. Participants solve puzzles related to local fairy tales, characters such as Latibrada and Popolvar, learning about the local stories and history. Players are guided through historical sites of the town and encounter life-size bronze statues. The game is available online for free, increasing its accessibility to the general public. The City Cure game in Handlova was designed by children in collaboration with the game studio. It uses the QR code placed at selected location in the town and leading players to solve tasks and puzzles. So players learn about the history and interactions of Handlova through the story of Katarína and Phoenix. Each month, 3 winners are drawn to receive the prizes. For now, we believe these examples can serve as models for other projects and help us achieve our goals in the protection and promotion of cultural heritage. But also, I would like to thank for the presentations, which were very interesting for us, and we will also include to our list. And thank you for your attention. We look forward to further cooperation also in the afternoon sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lucia, and thank you also for the fruitful insight how communities are important in protecting or safeguarding their cultural heritage, but also how they really protect it in line with the ethical principles of the UNESCO's Convention for Safeguarding the Intangible Cultural Heritage. And maybe you are familiar with the last example of Romanian government thinking about accusing Louis Vuitton of cultural appropriation of Romanian blouse, an element of intangible cultural heritage that is inscribed in the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. So this is not only just about promoting, but also about protecting the cultural heritage, which brings us to our next speaker, who is also dealing in her professional life, not only lecturing and researching about the field of industrial product design, but what I found very interesting is also your involvement in the jewelry cluster, Kapali-Karsi jewelry cluster, and taking a look or looking at how the value, what makes the value for this intangible culture element exactly for UNESCO and for the wider public. Ayşe Toskun, welcome, and we are looking forward for your speech.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I hope I'm heard and my presentation is well seen. Thank you for this opportunity for bringing so valuable topics and people together. I enjoy it very much. So, okay, since we have limited time, let me briefly present myself and present the talk that I'm going to give today. I'm Ayşe Coşkun. I'm originally from Istanbul, Turkey, where I am actively a member of the Kadir Has University Department of Industrial Design. And I'm currently in the UK in Birmingham City University as a visiting researcher, because my research focus is basically on crafts practices and sustaining them in reference to UNESCO's Sustaining Without Freezing. So I'm here to study the UK model and how it's held here and how the institutions and people are handling with the crafts issues, kind of indifferent from the European contexts. So in my research, I mean, I come from a very modernist educational background as an industrial designer myself. But my research actually, because I mean, all design has a root and has a background, which means we are all related to our heritage, be it geographically significant or, you know, culturally significant. Since people are connected to each other in some ways, we are all connected to this background of cultural heritage. So in my research, I found myself actually digging down into the interrelations of this past and today's work. Because what happens is that why are we in need of sustaining and safeguarding cultural heritage is because in the 21st century, with all the digital technologies around us, and I like the theme of this meeting very much, is sometimes we see them as a threat, sometimes they are a threat, but in today's example that I'm going to present to you, sometimes can be tools for safeguarding and dissemination into the communities. So what can be the value of all these, you know, cultural heritage accumulation that we have as humankind in this world? So from my point of view, I'm trying to give value and kind of a meaning to them and trying to teach them and disseminate them to the younger generation of designers so that they become their own generation's makers, and that they become aware of their cultural background and heritage. So today, I am a part of this European Union-funded Erasmus Plus project, and I will give you a brief background of what we are doing and give some examples that we are trying.
Ayşe,
Yes?
I'm so sorry for interrupting you because I'm really enjoying your speech, but we still see the first slide of your presentation. It's not moving,
Yes.
so if you could...
No, I haven't moved yet, no problem. I'm moving now.
I'm sorry, I'm so sorry for interrupting you. Let's continue.
Is it okay now?
Yes,
Are
now
we in
we
the second?
see
Great.
the text.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
So I will be presenting what we are trying to do with this project is that we are dealing with folk art, and we are kind of disseminating European folk art and culture, and we are doing this through digital technologies and some museum experience. So just to give you a brief background of what we're talking about is we talk about folklore, and I will come to it later, that it's a kind of a neglected cultural heritage background. And folklore is generally a term for the traditions, customs, beliefs, or oral literature, folk music, folk dance of primitive peoples, of the uneducated classes. That's how it's determined. The term is also used to designate popular culture or unreflective behavior in general. It is now applied, moreover, to the study of all elements of popular culture, whether collected in the field or recorded in literary sources. The word was coined, it dates back to the 19th century by a British antiquary, and the term was replaced with popular antiquities. And the German and Dutch word Volkskunde, folk art, is slightly more inclusive, encompassing also the material features of popular culture. In the Scandinavian countries, where much progress has been made in this field, popular materials are often referred to as folk recollections. Folklore as a discipline was born out of the projection into history, even prehistory, of a contemporary culture, previously unacceptable. In the 19th century, the primitive societies, archaic societies, and non-writing societies were depicted and described. And when we come to the 20th century, traditional societies, I mean, the term transforms itself to traditional societies, non-industrial societies, or underdeveloped societies. So unlike primitive societies, folklore is not a global culture, but rather a marginal one. So I would like to put a little bit of emphasis here, because this is also, I think, one of the interesting aspects of our project that we are carrying on. And folklore was often associated to a pejorative meaning, like a subculture or an inferior culture, reminding of the division of modern society into classes. Peasant life was often disregarded in comparison to urban one, considered more developed, more evolved, and therefore better. On the other hand, primitive communities do not have folklore. The concept of folklore, therefore, in their case, we cannot speak about a dominant culture and marginal culture, because every member of the community has their own role within one and in the same culture. So in my case, I mean, I will come back to the Turkish context while I'm giving some examples or challenges that we are having through. I'm very much proud that we have UNESCO, and we can always refer to UNESCO's domains and their very valued conventions to guide us for sustaining and safeguarding. So I deal with also intangible cultural heritage, because dealing with crafts and how things are made and how the story of people making things, we come up with the 2003 UNESCO Convention and mentions 5 domains in which intangible cultural heritage is manifested. So oral traditions and expressions, including language as a vehicle of the intangible cultural heritage. Performing arts is a part of it. Social practices, rituals, and festive events. Knowledge and practices concerning nature and the universe, and traditional craftsmanship. So when we talk about folk and folk art and culture, we actually are a part of this domain, which is the traditional craftsmanship. Be it the process that makes the artifact possible and realizable and present in space, or the story of the person who is making it, and the resources that are kind of supporting the whole crafts process. And ICH versus folklore. ICH deals with present customs, practices, and superstitions, which are acknowledged by individuals and communities who participate in their transmission and define themselves through these elements. Folklore also implies lots benefits and crafts. So we kind of, we can combine these 2 aspects. So coming to our project, which is folk art and culture, offering educational opportunities to young people. Here, I mean, for me, it was also very mind-opening doing this presentation, because we are actively running the project, which was an 18-month project, but now we have extended it 2 more months because we are deeply getting down to it. And folk art and culture, we see that there is a marginality in this aspect. And it's all, of course, Eurocentric, by the way. I mean, there's no doubt about this. And when we mean young people, we come up with a different marginal group of people that are a huge problem also in the European Union societal structure. NEETs is an acronym for not in employment, education, or training. And it's used to refer to the situation of many young persons aged between 15 and 29 in Europe. The aim of the NEET concept is to broaden the understanding of the vulnerable status of young people and to better monitor their problematic access to labor market. So I like the aspect of meeting folk art, which is already a marginal aspect of the cultural heritage. And then we come up to another marginal and neglected, actually, group of young people who do not have employment or educating and are not going through any training. So our project aims at bringing these 2 marginal aspects together and open a door, so to give these young people an opportunity so that they become a part of the society and that they are very well educated throughout also their local folk art culture and knowledge. So how are we doing this? The aim of our project is the advantages of empowering and engaging with folk culture are many, especially for adults who belong to the group of needs. These young people have an increased risk of marginalization, and museums can work positively towards the creation of educational material and experiences suitable for the mobilization of this group. So our aim in this project is to develop materials, educational materials, strategies, and experiences that can support young needs by focusing on the skills that are required for the labor market and for the cultural sector. So there's actually a very rational aspect in this. So the objectives, we can summarize them here. And so what we're going to do is we're going to create an innovative museum educational program for these young adults who belong to the group of needs. And the transition of the status of museum from places to visit to places of support and engagement for the local and the European society. Shifting the perception of museums as spaces of learning and experiences for every member and group of the society. Use of technology, digital technologies in particular, as institutions capable of stimulating the social cohesion of all social groups. And modernization of museums by taking into consideration the new data imposed by the COVID pandemic by adjusting to the digital world through which they can appeal to a large number of visitors. I think have been also mentioned earlier, COVID have an immense traumatic effect, of course, on our everyday and on our psychologies, but also opened up a lot of possibilities for bringing different locations together on digital platforms, just as this conference. Here are the partners. We are a lovely group of people. Our project coordinator is the municipality of Pilli in the region of Thessaly. They are the project coordinator from Greece. From Kadir Has University, I am the representing partner from Turkey. And then from Romania, we have the Palace of Culture. It's the Moldovan National Museum Complex, which is the largest museum organization in the eastern part of Romania. And we have our Italian partners, Mercato delle Gaite. It's an association, a non-profit, and it pursues only civic and solidarity, socially useful activities. I will talk about their activities in the examples in the coming slides. And then we have our project partner, who is AKET, Developmental Center of Thessaly. And they are doing all the technological aspect. They're dealing with all the technological aspects we have. So what we are doing in this project is actually we have designed and we are implementing an online educational platform, which we are doing it through massive open online courses called the MOOCs. Together with all the partners, within the scope of the project, we have prepared the content that we would like these young needs group people to be aware and have a deeply and a wider understanding. Because when we say Europe, I mean, me coming from Turkey, representing the extended European geographical background, we would like these young people to have a broader, but yet in their own locational aspect, a deeper understanding of what European culture, folklore, and folk art means. So we prepared 6 modules. We shared the content of the modules. So we decided all together which aspects should be included in the MOOC modules. And so each module is like a 20-page of content with examples given. So the first one is an introductory module that talks about the folklore culture in general. And the second module narrows down into the understanding of the folklore culture in European countries. And then the third module focuses on the European dimension of folklore exhibits. Here we had some, of course, challenges of what to include, what to exclude, but we needed to focus down. And since we are more into the crafts and the artifacts, we limited our dimension and our focus on objects, like everyday objects, including, of course, their ritual stories, costumes of everyday, and agricultural tools, since two of our partners are very powerful in having a huge collection of agricultural tools as folk art artifacts. And the fourth module was the management of cultural spaces, including museums, because we will enhance the experience or the learning process with a 360 VR museum experience. I will come to this in a short while. So talking about the management of cultural spaces, and in today's world, what values can have these spaces, including the museums. So in the fifth module, we talk about the role of communication in museums, because as I refer to UNESCO safeguarding without freezing, I think the role of museums have shifted in a very radical way, I mean, with the 21st century, but I think with the digital technologies, particularly the AR and VR experiences, have really enhanced the depth of the experience in the museums. So museums do have different roles for educational and communal aspects. And so the sixth module focuses on increasing the revenue in museums. So actually, these the aspect of safeguarding and sustaining should have a benefit for all parties. I mean, like people who are seeking for maybe labor and work in the field, or people who are working actively for preservation of the heritage, but as well as, of course, seeing it as a business, institutions must have a benefit out of this. So this massive online open online course will be presented to the NEETs group, and it will be the major part, the most important part is that it will be supported by a 360 VR museum experience. If I have time, I would like to also maybe show you a couple of them. We are about to complete, because each partner, we all have made a production for a short visit to a certain domain or an aspect of the museum as part of the educational content, which means we have the MOOC modules, because, I mean, like when you're giving an online education, you can give all the materials and like do a test, make an exam, but we never know what the impact is. So, and also when we talk about folk art and, you know, all the artifacts, of course, seeing them or experiencing them in real life makes a huge impact on the depth of understanding and learning. So knowing this, what we are proposing in this project is that we have the MOOC modules that make the contextual part, the background, the backbone of all the information given, and it will be supported by these museum experiences. And getting all this educational experience, the NEETs group will have questions, quizzes, and games. Of course, we will have a lot of gamification experiences here, since our group covers young people from the age of 15 to 29. And upon the completion of the MOOC modules and the experience, they will get a certificate. And the nicest thing, of course, is what we're doing is that all the groups will choose their own mother tongue and language. So all the content and all the experience will be presented in 5 languages of each country. Here I should say, when we say the group needs, of course, I mean, as a target group, there are some variations. Because, I mean, a needs maybe for Romania is not the same as in Italy or not the same as in Turkey. So this is one of the challenges that I am expecting to get some reflection from. So if I have a couple of minutes, maybe I can go to the website and show you a little bit of the experience. Because one of the experiences, our Italian partners, Mercato delle Gaite, I would like to, share it lively here, that they are doing an incredible work. I think it's a very revolutionary and a very radical experience for everyone, because They're a medieval town, and every year for 10 days in this little town of Bevania, for 10 days, they are reviving the 13th century market of craftspeople, which means they have all the crafts knowledge of the medieval ages, and through costumes, even food, gastronomical experiences, the way they looked, the way they were manufacturing and making is all revived into a real live experience. So it's only for 10 days in a year that they do it. So there's a lot of interest, but I think it is a very powerful way of passing this enthusiasm of history, cultural background and cultural heritage, and meeting it, having it met with young people as well as people that are kind of, far away from the historical context. And we always think it's far away, it's old, and it's dusty. So I think it kind of changes the perception of how we see heritage in a more entertaining and realistic way. So I think it's very powerful that we don't freeze crafts and folk art and any kind of heritage, and we bring it into everyday so that it is sustained organically and not from a top-down approach, but more from a bottom-up approach. So on behalf of this beautiful folk art and culture team, I'm thanking you all for your patience and your interest. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Aisha. And thank you also for bringing back these tangible and intangible parts of cultural heritage, which are closely connected and in fact, inseparable. And also bringing back the question of the balance. We were starting our discussions of the balance between the digital tools and the practical craft. So this might be a nice point to the discussion. And also, when sharing good practices, I think it's a nice example also mentioned by Columbia and the School of Crafts, or the good safeguarding practice that is titled Safeguarding Strategy of Traditional Crafts for Peace Building, where in Columbia they work not only with the needs, but also with young people that are in the state of vulnerability caused by the armed conflicts in the country, and they use craft to give them a better chances for their lives, as well as art for resilience for them. And one more example may be that the Slovak Republic is also trying to present a proposal to the UNESCO as a good safeguarding practice to the UNESCO list or UNESCO register for good safeguarding practices. And this is also connected with the School of Crafts of the Slovak Center for Traditional folk art, so folk art production. So let's see how it will go. And thank you again very much. And please write your questions to the chat, also the question for Aisha. And our last keynote speaker will close the arc of these very interesting papers, and I think he's really the proper person to do that, as Mr. Fabio Viola is a notable figure in the intersection of cultural heritage and gaming, and he's the president of Tua Museo, an association dedicated to using video games to enhance culture, tourism, and museum engagement. So I'm very much looking forward to your speech.
Thanks for inviting me here. I hope my screen is shared with all you. And actually, yes, I come from Italy, and after having studied archaeology at university, the life is unpredictable. And at the age of 23, I started working with video games companies like Electronic Arts or Vivendi, or on big video games like FIFA, The Sims, SimCity. But 8 years ago, the dots have been reconnected, and they found the Tua Museo that is working again in this strange intersection. I want to share with you some example of project that as collective we pushed out in the last years. Actually, we are 22 people mixing historian, archaeologist, tourist maker, but even developer, game artist, game designer, ethics, and much more. So at the heart of my speech, there is this sentence: tell me and I forget, teach me and I might remember, and involve me and I learn. So the power of gaming for me is in in being a kind of engagement machine. So through video games, through gaming, through the act of play, we can share and transfer a lot of crucial information to large audience. Because right now, entire generation are growing up with video games as main language. I talk about Gen Alpha, Gen Z, and a part of millennials or Gen Y. So actually is one of the biggest cultural representation of the world, but right now, a lot of cultural institutions, educational institutions are not fully understanding the power of gaming. Still thinking and gaming is the negation of life, the negation of what is important in the life. So in this speech, I focus on two main paths. What I mean is, okay, video games can be used as a tool for cultural institution. A lot of cultural institutions all around the world are starting using games for audience development, audience engagement, bringing the museum outside the museum, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. But in the last part of my talk, I want to share with you the experience of using video games as art form. I mean, video game itself are an art form. For example, right now I'm a leading curator at the National Museum of Cinema here in Italy, and we are involved in the permanent collection video games. So we are not anymore using video games just as tools, but the video game itself as cultural, artistic, and creative artifacts that deserve to be introduced inside the museum itself. How it started. My first project as Tuo Museo has been a game called Father and Son. It's a game for free available on App Store and Google Play, translated in 11 languages and published by Archaeological Museum of Naples. I want to share with you a 30-second of trailer, and then I want to share with you the insights, what happened after the release of this game. Let's see the trailer. Sorry for the script in Italian, but this is an artistic 2D games based on choices, user choices. Of course, well connected with the museum, with historical periods, etc., artworks, including the museums. But the story is completely invented. So the storyline is not real, but the artifacts and the cultural connection are real. There are parts where we play as Cleopatra, and parts we play as people that lived during the Second World War, etc., So different timelines that intersect with each other. You take choices that bring you to different endings. So basically, what happened? I can share with you the insights after, 5 years after the release. Actually, the game crossed 5 million downloads all around the world. Just to create a comparison, in the same amount of time in the museum have been entered around 2 million people. So it's important to see digital as potential multiplicator of audience development. Of course, it's a digital kind of audience development. The average age of gamers have been 33 years old. So usually people external think that video games are something for kids or for scholars, but the average age in the world of people who are playing video games is 35, 37 years old. So video games is something for adults. Yes, people during the schools use video games, 8 out of 10, but the average age is higher, of course, and a lot of other data. But for me, what was important in this project, of course, you can complete the game on your couch in China, because the game has been even translated in Chinese, but only visiting physically the museum, the app through geolocalization recognize your presence and recognize you paid the entrance ticket, 15 euros, and you can unlock a digital extra contents inside the game. So not rewarding, external rewarding, but inside the experience. Actually, we tracked more than 80,000 people entering from the video games, from the digital realm to the physical museum. And so we can see how video games can act as a bridge between digital and physical. And for me, furthermore, it's important to say that technology should not be a cost, because in this case, the museum paid the operation at the start, but the museums earned 80,000 people multiplied for 15 euro entrance tickets. It's more than 1 million extra income just from direct flow from the game. So what I mean is, often when I talk with directors or with mayor, etc., they are scared about technology cost. But when I want to say that sometimes we can achieve total or partial sustainability of the operation. I talk about economical sustainability, of course, in this case. Another example, I want to share with you a transmedia project we just released for a National Museum of Matera here in Italy. I call it transmedia because it's made by 3 different projects that talk each other. One is a graphic novel, one is a physical interactive installation inside the museum, and one is a video game. You can play all the 3 experiences alone, but only if you live the experience all 3 together, you can fully understand the narrative of the project. So they are separate, but at the same time they are interconnected. I want to just share with you a trailer.
In questi luoghi marini viveva un'enorme, incontrastata regina degli abissi.
So it's a kind of video mapping.
Allatta, ma vive nell'acqua. Non è un pesce, ma neanche un animale terrestre. Dorme, ma mai del tutto. Respira, ma solo volontariamente. In limina. Creatura di confine. Il suo linguaggio è costituito da suoni straordinari che hanno da sempre incuriosito studiosi, profani, marinai. Probabilmente i canti delle sirene altro non erano che i gorgheggi di queste creature marine amplificati dal legno degli scafi.
Now the second project is a graphic novel, always on the same subject, of course. It's a whale that is collected inside the museum. The video game for the external audience, the worldwide audience. Yeah. The video games, you can follow the life of a whale from the birth until she died. Okay. So just to see another example here, we were not supposed to work on audience development, but the municipality of Florence, in order to fight against the over-tourism, asked us to create an app, a digital project, where we push out literally the people outside the city center. What I mean is more peripheral places you visit, more rare and prestigious are the digital cards you are going to collect. So you have to go outside the city center, the UNESCO city center, because, you know, this is not a problem just in Florence, in Barcelona, but in Italy, every city. I live in Pisa, in Venice, we have this real problem. So we are working on pushing out the tourism. Of course, it's not just using digital apps with other action, but digital transformation is part of this ongoing process. So it's very interesting game because you have to collect a lot of cards, and when you collected all the cards, you can, in multiplayer mode, challenge other players from all around the world. So you need to go in the suburbs, you have to go in the small town outside Florence, etc., etc., etc. And so in this kind of project, I'm used to call them the project for spectator. So not for the spectator, but for spectator. What I mean is the player have to act, have to take choices. So it's very important, the participatory part in terms of they transform in some way the experience. I want to share with you the last two projects that I call project for spectator. I mean, these are kind of projects where people create or co-create the experience. They are not just acting inside, but they are creating or co-creating. For example, working with a lot of museums, we are creating on scale 1-to-1 the maps of this museum. We are recreating in Minecraft. Minecraft is a very famous video games with dozens of millions users on a monthly basis all around the world. Pretty much users in the target age 6 to 15, 6 to 16 years old. For example, we recreated the Archaeological Museum of Naples in scale 1-to-1, and we release for free the map, the Minecraft. We call Minecraft with a joke of words. I want to share with you. So the purpose of these maps are multiple. One is to recreate the museum with different information, different labels, so more accessible for a younger audience. And you can find not player characters that help you to visit the museum, telling you some stories about the museum in a different narrative way compared when you visit physically the museum. At the same time, the players can recreate a part of the museum, changing the artifacts or creating their own artworks. So they became a kind of curator of the museum in a digital manner. Okay. Just 1 second, I made some mistakes with the video. Okay, yeah, let me push on top. Okay. This is what we can do using Minecraft together with school and students and learners. And right now it's used as laboratory tool for the classroom. When they enter inside the museum, we get a physical space, they play, interact, and create some parts of the experience. Last but not least, okay, no, probably I forgot to include. I just mentioned how video games are entering in the collection. For example, creating a big exhibit, temporary exhibit at the Royal Palace of Venaria, close to Torino. And for the first time in the world, on the same walls, we had original masterpieces from De Chirico, Kandinsky, Hokusai, and Andy Warhol in dialogue with video games on the same walls. So, for example, here you can see two original De Chirico on these walls. And on the right, it's a frame from a video games that is inspired by De Chirico, because video game artists, of course, are inspired by previous artists. So it's a way to let people understand that the art is a continuing flow. So all the artists are influencing video games artists. And we got 89,000 visitors at this exhibit. This exhibit had an entrance ticket fee of 18 euros. So it's been a demonstration that this kind of exhibit can survive inside a classical museum exhibition. Here, for example, you can see a 2,500 years old vase from Greece. We got a loan from a Greek museum. And on the display, you can see video games totally inspired of that, on this. Last but not least, I always mention it, right now in July, we opened the first permanent collection video games inside the National Museum of Cinema in Italy. So we are working with the creators from all around the world that are sending us sketches, technical documents, line of codes, just to testify the creative process behind the video games. And I want to close with the Lucca Comics and Games. This is the last slide, I promise. Lucca Comics and Games is the biggest festival in Europe, but it's not a festival about music or something like that. I'm a curator of a gaming area. Every year, 700,000 people reach Lucca. Lucca is a small medieval town composed by 7,000 inhabitants. So from 7,000 to 700,000 with 350,000 entrance paying users. So yes, 300,000 paying users, and they come there just to stay together, to celebrate, because digital is important, but the digital communities needs physical spaces to meet, to act as cosplayer, etc., etc., etc. Thanks again.
Thank you very much, Fabio, for this beautiful invitation to an adventure and also an immersive experience. I would love to visit the places you mentioned myself. What I was missing, the only thing here in the studio was the sense of smell. Otherwise, it would be a fully immersive experience. And you showed very nicely how the virtual world is connected to the real world, and how also the economic dimension of cultural heritage, even in the of the intangible cultural heritage and festivals, can be very important, and also with the jeopardize of over commercialization, which is a word that is sometimes used in connection with cultural heritage in general. Okay, but let's start with the questions. We have a question for Namaka. In your presentation, you mentioned all the essential premises regarding the critical starting points, pedagogy concepts, key actors for creating suitable conditions for enhancing mathematics-related knowledge among students. Could you mention a specific example of such a tool or project that personally meets your expectation? Namaka?
Okay, thank you. The specific software I used was GeoGebra software, and it was used on senior secondary school, the certificate class here in Nigeria. The GeoGebra tool was used to see how students can navigate using the interface of GeoGebra to solve angles, distance of angles, and complex problems on mathematical concept, teaching using trigonometry, and it was a success.
Okay, thank you for your answer. I hope it answered the question of the participant. And for Lucia, there is another question about being an employee of the university. How do you retrospectively reflect on the idea of creating applications or games in an environment primarily focused on scientific or publication-oriented work and relatively traditional pedagogical methods? What does it mean for an educator to embark on such a project in collaboration with the world of game developers?
Okay, thank you very much. As we are a very big team, and we believe that holistic approach is the basis. It is not only in the gamification, but it's actually in every scientific discipline now, and it is the trend. So we decided to follow this trend, and in the academic environment is absolutely not a problem. So I realized that there, for example, gamification is used also in business, for example, in Slovakia, we have several gamification agencies, and in other environments, they are using it also. So we believe this is a good way to reach the wider public. I understand that there are some challenges, but we need to focus on this holistic view. So this is our approach, and we want to reach the communities, and these communities interact with each other, and they interact in such ways. So we want to speak with them and to get involved with them more. And personally, we believe in Slovakia we need more contact with the praxis and with stakeholders, also in the university areas. And this could be the way for us, for example, for the cultural heritage.
Fully understand being a scholar. And now we have a question to Ayşe. Thank you for your presentation. Have you considered focusing exclusively on the culture of one country, for example, only Turkey, and including their cultural heritage? I liked how you treat the concept of museum as a still modern and actual institution, inevitable for education of modern children.
Well, the project does not focus only on one country's cultural background. Since we are 5 countries, we focus equally on each country's cultural heritage. But this is just this project. I mean, I think what is interesting is that we find similarities and differences, and that teaches us also just along the way through these projects. So, I mean, geographical boundaries have a lot of richness because, I mean, also just within the same country, you have different regions. I mean, you walk from one village to another, the way how they made wine or olive oil, they might have slight differences. I mean, the colors and costumes vary. So I think diversity is the key issue here. So in this project, we do not focus only on Turkey, but I mean, for me, coming from Turkey is already quite chaotic to work with on cultural heritage issues, because there are layers of, I mean, like, you know, chronological layers, as well as a lot of diversity issues. When we say Turkish, it brings up a lot of questions. What do we mean by that? So I think diversity and inclusion are the key factors. And I'm very happy that, you know, the function of museums, thanks to the presentation of Fabio Viola, I think has, like, you know, expanded our understanding of where we can go and how we should be, where we should be. So I think it's also, you know, multidisciplinarity, interdisciplinarity, and being open to a lot of creativity, I think is the key to also passing knowledge from generations to generations. I hope this answers the question. Thank you.
Yes, and you made a link to museums that actually also concerned a question for Fabio. Excellent presentation, thank you. Why do you think museums still view games skeptically? What do you think prevents them from changing their attitude or practice? Are your games succeeding in changing this situation and the attitudes of museum towards gamification?
Yeah, I think usually museums are scared about this neification effect. What I mean is they are scared that gaming bring on the table a new layer of experience, something very distant from the traditional mission of a museum. But right now, at least I talk for the Mediterranean area. In UK and other countries, audience engagement is a central part of the policies. In our kind of museum, more historical based, there is this kind of fear. But fortunately, after Father and Son, at least in Italy, but also in Spain, in France, etc. For example, in Italy, actually, we made an estimation of 70 video games already published and completely funded by internal cash flow from the museum. I'm not talking about a project funded by European Union or this kind of lines or government lines, but a direct stream from the cash flow of the museum. So something is changing. I think bringing on the table results is best way to push someone to believe in new kind of things.
And the next question, thank you very much for the answer. The next question is again for you, with a compliment from the public. Fabulous work combining arts and critical thinking. So that's just a comment, but the question comes now. The question of game development is a matter of financial feasibility for museums. What would you advise museums that don't know where to start? It's actually connected with your previous answer. Which grant schemes or grant programs are ideal for projects aimed at more effectively implementing games and digital technologies into museum activities?
Yeah, for me, there are two lines of project. The ones that can be partially or completely self-sustainable in terms of economics. I mean, when we project something, we have to think someone want to pay for this extra service, for this extra experience. I just shared the case of father and son, but we have other cases. And so this is a kind of project. So there is less research, let's say that, less scientific kind of project, and they are more engaging kind of project with a cultural component inside, of course. Then right now there are a lot of European kind of funding or national kind of funding that include gamification as overall umbrella. So there are multiple ways to get funded this kind of projects compared to 7 or 8 years ago, when at the European Union we had just one specific line for creating video games. Right now it's completely different kind of stuff. So they have to find the right person to create the project and submit to private partners or European Union and stuff like that.
Okay. Thank you very much. And the next question is again for you. We have like 2 more questions and time is up. So if you have a burning issue, please, dear participants, just put the question on the chat and I'll ask because I think they're very interesting. So we are a bit over the time, but I hope you will be patient with us. And the one for Fabio relates to the Firenze game. Perfect idea and concept. Thanks. Do you plan or think about to expand this to other cities or locations that lack tourists and are not as frequently used or visited by tourists?
Yeah, we have another project in the city of Alghero. Alghero is in Sardinia Island. It's a European funded project, in this case, NEBC Med line, so Trans-Mediterranean line of funding. In this case, the municipality of Alghero create a brand, a gaming brand called the playalghero.it. And so inside you can find 10 games that are available for free for tourists and residents. For example, a lot of these games only works if at least one resident and one tourist cooperate together. Otherwise, the app or the physical game doesn't start. So it's a way, of course, to push in some way a connection between 2 different kind of targets. And for example, other kind of games are based on you have to visit all the 11 museum and cultural sites of the city in order to complete the game. So pushing the relationship between different cultural sites, because you know better than me that often the directors hate each other, they don't cooperate. So using games, we are pushing these directors or owners of this cultural site to cooperate, or at least start to cooperate together. Yeah,
that's the basic idea we started with today about games and applications and good stories bringing cohesion into society. So thank you for this example. And for now, the last question for Aisha. Thank you for your fascinating presentation. The scope, geographical, social, cultural, and institutional of your project is enormous. Conversely, the necessity of selecting cultural expressions of Europe, including focusing on a segment of material objects like agricultural clothing, is inevitably significant. How do you ensure the depth of knowledge of European culture you mentioned in this context?
I accept that it's limited. I mean, we can't say we cover all the European folk art culture within this project. But, you know, as Italians have a way of saying, small is beautiful. So it's bits and pieces of knowledge that we add on top of each other. That's why I think this sharing of this experience here will bring up other projects that will expand the knowledge and bring in, I mean, all scientific research is also done in small scale so that we build up the knowledge in a bigger picture. So, yeah, I do agree. I mean, if it's a criticism, it's also acceptable, I guess, that it's limited to these 4 countries' cultural background. And it's also limited. We had to make a selection of the oral narratives. I mean, stories or fables are not included here because they are a part of the intangible and oral and visual heritage context. And it was for us so difficult to build up an educational platform, including everything, which would have made a big, you know, complex and massive and probably not understandable educational material content. So we edited that so that brought up some limitations. I do agree that it's limited for its scope, but I make a call here also for the audience, maybe, if you want to bring forward and include other geographical heritage and, you know, different geographical inclusive approaches, we can build other projects that connect to each other and, you know, bring up a bigger picture. Thank you.
Thank you, Aisha. Thank you also for this invitation. And I'll just check my list whether there is another question, but well, it's just that project seems very valuable. Thank you for your hard and tremendous work. And it shouldn't be a criticism. That was the answer. So it was just something positive to say. Thank you very much for being with us. And thank you for sharing your thoughts and sharing the good practices and projects. And I hope we'll continue within this mood also in the afternoon session where we'll be divided into smaller groups. But we'll meet here at 2:00. Just to give some instructions, and I'm very much looking forward to meeting you again and to discuss more about this fascinating journey of gamification and digital tools in cultural heritage and other subjects. Hello and welcome back. After the discussions in the room, we had our 3 wonderful facilitators. We had some people joining us there, and I just don't want to steal your time, so we probably start right with Jakub Žaludko, who is sitting next to me. And please, Jakub, could you share your ideas that you came up with in your discussion groups?
Yes, I can. I'm going to try and summarize best I can from the discussion that we had. We did talk about, in general, I think about 3 things. The first one was digital technologies and their use for showcasing cultural heritage and traditions to young students and youngsters, basically teenagers, where we had an opinion that and it's a repeated opinion from today, from the morning, that some traditional institutions, let's say in Czech Republic, are not yet as active and as open to use digital technologies to work with cultural heritage and to present cultural heritage this way to students. They do like to use more traditional methods, some hands-on activities, hands-on guidelines, methodical guidelines, etc. We did talk about digital education in general, and that it has a lot of potential in other subjects, so not only cultural heritage, but also we discussed biology. So there are games, there are applications that are able to portray human body processes in the human body and in animals, in nature, quite in detail. Which isn't possible to do interactively in a classroom with books, so that is great added value of digital technologies. And we touched upon a hot topic for a year and a half now, which is artificial intelligence and its use in formal education, but also in other sectors. And my kind of takeaway from the discussion is that it's still very much unexplored. We are having some initial experiences with this. If we are teachers, if we are game designers, graphic designers, so we all are having some first experiments with it. It does provide us a lot of value, especially with the dull tasks like writing minutes, for example. So yes, a lot of bureaucratic tasks can be replaced or helped with AI. But we still also see that there's no systematic support, systematic kind of work with artificial intelligence in the education sector and culture sector and elsewhere. So it's still waiting for a more systematic approach, so to say. So let's see where this leads us. So this is, in general, our discussion. So I give the word to the next rapporteur.
Thank you. Maybe just to add that we had a visitor, so it was actually not just a Slovak speaking group, but a Czechoslovak. Like we are all history lovers, so we get back. And we had as visitor Madam Magdalena Maňáková from the National Institute of Folklore, from Strážnice from Czech Republic, because they have a project that is dealing with folklore and how to use folklore in the regional education. And that's also the case for our second group, the Hungarian-speaking group, where we had our dear Lila Lukács from Enabler Ltd. As the facilitator, and they have also a visitor, Mr. Csaba Szegyő. I hope I pronounce it well. And he's a teacher, and he was discussing about the total gamification. So Lila, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. So we were talking about, because Csaba is an English teacher in a high school, and he created his own gamification system, which is narrative, story-based, very much looking like an MMO RPG with a lot of classes, mana points, experience points, and he had been interpreting it for over 10 years. And he showed us his process, how he evolved from Excel sheets to application, and how he uses it to motivate students. And then we were also sharing and having questions about motivation in classrooms. Do we have to give minus points or not at all in gamification? How it builds up? Is it an open world, or do we thinking about milestones? How can we use gamification elements in classrooms? And there were a lot of practical point of view. So I think we could have talked like 2 more hours, but it was very interesting.
Any other ideas, or that was it?
That was it. We got very much into how to level something into a classroom with points and how it was built up.
Thank you so much. And if there are some ideas, Elena, that you would like to share from your side, Elena Taifa from Creheg Lab Foligno from Italy, how are you?
Okay, you can hear me. I can say that I heard a lot of things from the previous 2 groups that I really see reflected also in the Italian reality. And I personally am also Greek, so I see it also in the Greek reality extra. There is definitely some steps being made into applying AI, gamification, and digital tools into the classroom. Efforts, especially individual, I would say, like each teacher in their own incentive trying to apply these elements into making a class more interesting and more interactive. Not so much in the systemic side of things, as Jakub said before, in the overall like support of the movement instead of the individual. I think I can simply wrap it up saying that adding cultural heritage in a way that Heritage Quest has done with all the gamification elements, but also keeping things real enough, but also fantastical enough to both entertain and educate is a really ideal way of bringing gamification into the classroom and sparking that interest of the students to learn more and to have fun while doing it. So I would wrap up like that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Elena, and thank you all. Maybe we could add some ideas as we wrap up our conference. I would like to give you a huge thank to you all for joining us, for sharing your ideas, for inspiring invitations. I would love to, I'm not a gamer, but I would love to play all the games that I just get to know today. And we talked a lot about the peer learning, about the emotions and the sensual perceptions that bring changes in attitudes that influence the way how we how memory works, how we remember. Also about immersion, about the cooperation of the academic sphere and the NGOs in spreading the knowledge, which is something that we need to do more and more, in my opinion. And also the importance of the decision makers, the enlightened decision makers, as well as the role of museums in that case. We spoke a lot about the safety, about the context, and the jeopardy that things without the context might get lost in translation, and how important is the diversity, equal opportunities, capacity building, and assistance that is necessary and needed. Also in the area of lifelong learning. Did I forget something, dear co-facilitators? If there is an idea you would like to add, now is the last chance.
I don't think so. Just play games regularly.
Okay. So I hope these connections and ideas that we have shared today keep growing, and we got a lot of inspiration, and that might lead to even more amazing collaboration in the future. And see you next time. Thank you for being here with us.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.